Ayak düştü. Suyuna biraz at.
What? I know it's coming out. I got to go get food and shit. But you have me doing this. They're probably gonna die. They need food. They need food. They need stuff. But you got me doing this shit instead of me take care of the ducks. No, I'm doing this. Huh? You killed my ducks. Your fault. They died. Your fault. Yeah. God damn it. Mm. That's what we're looking for. Shit. That's not the word. God damn it. Fucking broke. God damn it. Heating pad fucking broke. Another one. Get another one. All I have my where's the head?
We do here. Somebody. It's first time touch time for baby. I think don't help.
No, you're not supposed to. It has to drink its fluid for 48 hours. I got to get food for it. I don't know where to find duck food. See if you can find duck food in Fukui. I can't find it. or order on Amazon baby duckling food. Where's my other? Let me do my phone. Off my phone. Yes. Where's my other phone? Oh, here it is. There he is. He's out. Look, Mama. You have to talk to it. Hello. Hello. Hello, little chickie. Yeah, we're your mommy. As we want to keep it in there till they're dry. Yeah, it's warm for him. What? Tweet, tweet. Is that making the noise? That's the temperature, 37.5. That's how it's, you know, how hot it needs to be. It'd be under the mother. That's the temperature of the mother. He's sleeping. Look, he's laying down, sleeping. Look, his eyes are closed. His eyes are closed. It's like, I gotta take a break. Yeah. Yeah. How big should the dish be for the water? No, this 1 to 2 centimeters deep. Why? 1 to 2 centimeters deep, wide for the bill, not for the body. I don't know if I like this because it's probably sharp on the edge. Oh, where we have? Where's my tape at my house? Let's go to my house. Do we need to put water inside the incubator? What's this? Here. Where is it? Where? Oh, this one. Use this in here. How you doing? Look at you, little duckling.
We call it the name. We name. Yummy.
Yummy. That's the name of the first one. Yummy.
Yummy.
Well, yummy it is. Yummy. 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 Yummy.
She like it? Girl or boy?
I don't know. How you can't tell.
Yummy is yummy is the
All their homes. Yeah.
home.
Yeah. It's supposed to be.
Then it makes it more warm.
Yeah. One side needs to be warm. One side needs to be cool. But the heater pad I have is broken. I need to go to my house, see if I can find. Also, we should use spring water. Huh? He went back in the eggs. Did it ever get out of the egg? Didn't it get out of the egg? It went back in. It went back in the egg.
No. You words need a
He's sleeping. Need to get bedding and stuff. What? Where are you going to use it? Look at it. Joe, you probably raised some ducks. Joe's on. Found them in a nest. And I left 4. There was had a whole bunch. I left 4 for the mama. I took 7. Or maybe I left her 3 or 4. I can only hatch 7 in this incubator. Oh, bunny rabbits. I think I want to. No. Oh, I need a light or something. I use. If I can. Let's out again. I should. Hold on. Let's get this. I don't know if it's going to fall down. There's the yolk inside. It's looking it's drying out. It's looking it's drying out. This work's going to work at all. Get it moving around. My brothers and sisters. Where are my brothers and sisters? Where are my brothers and sisters? Like looking for its egg. Hello. Hello. You got to talk to it, Mama, so it imprints on you. Hello. 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 What are you trying to do? Why is it getting hot? I took out that egg and it's warm. It warmed up. We need to get its thing ready. See, this is going to be a heater. Let's see. It warms up. Oh, there's a length. So actually, I could use the incubator too. Temperature kept that. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, little ducky? You can't really get around. It's kind of hard for you to walk on this, isn't it? I don't really want to give it a little pad. Come over here. Come over here. These are like a little thing under it. It's too slippery for it. You know? You gotta talk to it. Huh? What's its name? Not its name. What was the name you gave it? Yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Gotta, am I gonna breastfeed? No, I don't know. I don't think it takes milk. I want to we'll let it sit for a while. It's still wet. Come over here. You need to come over here. You need to come over here. I don't have it trapped, do I? Yeah, I don't know if I got its foot trapped. Leave it for a couple hours. Hey Siri, set my timer for 1 hour.
1 hour. Counting down.
All right, so one of the ducklings has hatched, right? The other ones have not yet hatched yet. Is having the temperature at 37.5 okay for it? And how long should it stay in there? All right, so 8 to 24 hours after hatching. I removed the old shell. Was that okay to do? It's got a vent on the bottom. There's a vent on the bottom. It circulates. See, there's a vent here. There's a vent here, right? And then there's vents underneath. So it's drawing in air into the little incubator. Can't really. It's starting to look around. Starting to raise its head. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hello? It's got big old feet. Look at how big old feet it has. I don't know. Explain how imprinting works. What should I do for imprinting? Just being near it so it could see me? How good are the eyes of the duck? Hello. Hello. Speak. So this is what you need to do.
Yes, your hand presence is the main thing. For healthy imprinting, speak softly near it. Let it see your face and movements. Use consistent sounds, voice. Move slowly. Handle gently. Constantly. Ducklings recognize shape, voice sound patterns, proximity form. Their eyesight is actually very good. Better motion detection than humans. Wide field of view. They quickly recognize nearby figures.
What are you
They can
doing?
track you visually within hours of hatch. Avoid loud sudden noises.
What are you doing?
Touching of people. Overhandling while exhausted from hatching. If you want it human friendly, be a consistent caregiver for food, water, warmth, An interaction during the first days. If you eventually wanted socially with other ducks, human interaction is fine, but duck companionship later is important.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, let's try to sleep. These are the other eggs. So it's got to get fluffy. We got to go. We got to go to the store. We got to go to the store and get some niacin and vitamin B3, which I don't know if I have it in any of my old. Let me go check my old vitamins if I have vitamin B3. How about I blend this powder down and then mix it in with some blended oatmeal? It will actually eat scrambled eggs. Wouldn't it be better to take that whole capsule and then apply it to egg, whip it up, and then scramble it? Yeah, but I'm only going to give it a small amount of the eggs, right? Or should I just put like a pinch in with the eggs and then blend it? What other what other things could I mix in with the scrambled eggs to make it better? How about this? Do any of these degrade with heat? So I'm adding in the okra and the pinch of vitamins to the egg. If I have a small egg, what would be the ratio of the okra and the pinch to the small egg? Just estimate. No, this is because it's wet. The humidity, it's wet, so it's heat. There's water in there. It wants to keep it moist. I know because the chicken is wet. It's drying out. Yeah, okra about 1 to 2 teaspoons. My oatmeal. This is oatmeal. All right, so I got the egg with a pinch of vitamins with okra, and that's for making scrambled eggs. I didn't know that you could feed ducklings scrambled eggs. The good news is, I don't know, a little pinch more vitamins there. The good news is by heating and cooking all the vitamins in there that so there is the making the emergency duck food. What are you doing? Oh yeah. None others are hatching yet. I have some weightlifting powder. Why not why not put some not whatever it's called, the that comes some whey powder and or some creatine. What should be the consistency for the scrambled eggs? This is what it looks like. Should I cook longer? Oh, this is good, man. If I blend it with a little bit of oatmeal and the okra to make it finer, no? Yes? Give me a ratio. No, I'm talking about the blend. What do you think the blend should be? Perfect. Perfect. Oh yeah, that looks good. Look at that. You got to look at that. That looks perfect. I want to make more. I got your food. So now, yeah, that's nice. Look, see, little. We're gonna make up some more. I wouldn't know, why wouldn't you put little calcium in there? Why wouldn't? I guess they don't need eggs. So, come on, little egg in a bun. Mmm. I don't know, maybe this batch I did wrong. Doesn't look as good as the other batch. When's Mikey done? Waiting on the big finale. There's no big finale, Rod. There's no big finale. I was waiting. I'm surprised this one duck is already out. Where are all the other ducks? Why only one duck? You know, they all should be about to hatch. If there's no sign of hatching on the other eggs, should I still keep rotating them every 6 hours? Oh. Whoa, look at it. What are you doing? Hey, Chuck Chuck. Hey, Chuck 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 Chuck. I'm going to call you Chuck Chuck. Little Chuck Chuck. Duck Duck. Chuck Chuck. Should we try to add food inside the incubator where it's drying out or no? Okay. No food in there. No food in there. No food. Where's the other? Thought I had a piece of cloth. Under my piece of cloth. Money. What? What? What about it? Look how horrible it is. Their garden's really horrible, isn't it? Oh, look at it. Stand up. Look at it. Oh, he's getting Yankee now. Look at it. It's a dinosaur. Dinosaur. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, Chuck Chuck. You keep falling that hole. I want to cover that hole. What are you doing? Sleeping? You have to talk to it in nice, calm. Yuki? What are you calling it? Yuki? Oh, yummy. 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 Natty Stedenall. You gotta talk to it, Mama's got used to your voice. Hey, I talk to it. No, that's not like, no, you got, no. Yummy. Now you're sleeping? You see me? Quack, quack. Yip, 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 yip. What's the sound of a duck? Look, it's sleeping now. You made it go to sleep, Mama. You made it go to sleep. It's all, oh, Mama's nearby. Let me sleep. Let me sleep. Look, it's sleeping. Why is it hot? Too hot. It's too hot. Talk to it. Talk to it. How do you know it might be a boy? Maybe a boy. How do you know it's a girl? I'm making food. Where's the top to this thing? Do we have a top to it? Huh? Where's the top to it? Do you know? Oh, cool.
So what are you going to do with this towel?
Is this not it? Is this a separate one? Where's the top for this one? Same? Different? This is baby food I made. Just like I made for Tommy and Mikey. Yeah.
You drop it anywhere.
No, not everywhere. It's not everywhere. Really noisy. It's clean. It's clean. It's clean.
I know you.
What do you mean? It's clean. Don't talk mean. It needs gentle talking. Gentle talking. Gentle talking. Gentle. I'm looking for the other top. I haven't finished in here yet. You gotta speak gentle. You can't speak. You. I'm right now cleaning up. Can you give me a break? I'm cleaning up right now. I'm cleaning up. I'm cleaning up right now. I'm cleaning up. That's right. What? It wants to sleep now. Here, go to sleep a little bit. Go to sleep.
Why did you get top?
What top? This here? Hold on, I'm still cooking right now. I haven't cleaned up there yet.
What are you doing?
I haven't cleaned yet. I haven't cleaned yet.
What?
You have me running around with like a chicken with its head cut off.
When you cook, why you can't tidy up?
I am tidying up. What do you think I'm doing right now? What?
What now?
What wet nap?
What now?
Where?
Hold the wet now. Hey, clean up the here,
When are you going to go play?
What?
When are you going to go?
What?
What?
Fraud. I said fraud. It's not a fraud. Thick. Fraud.
Nande.
Shut up. Start
You
from here.
said the floor. You said the floor. I'm not a duck. Nani.
Start from here.
I'm exhausted. All right. A little okra in here. Now I can fix this real quick here. Come here. Don't you falling out. Don't jump out. Don't jump out. Watch your feet. There you go. There you go. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. There you go. You get cuddle out with your brothers and sisters. There's just a little room for it to move around, so it's having trouble. I did cover the hole. You're in a funny position. Yeah, tweet, 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 tweet. What are you doing? You're in a funny position. You're in a funny position. Huh? You're in a funny position. Is it stuck? I think it's stuck. If it looks stuck, should I pick it up and put it onto its little towel area?
Hi. こっち、こっち、こっち、こっちよ、こっち。こっち。これ。こっちよ。挟まっちゃった。これ滑るんだもん。
Here, here, here.
そうとね、そうと。足、足。
There you go.
反対、反対だろ。
He'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. He's on his back now. It's okay.
ほら、ダメダメ。かわいそう。
Come on. It's okay.
そうそうそう。頑張れ、頑張れ。そうそうそうそう。そうそうそうそう。
It's okay. There you go. There you go.
お、元気。お腹空いてるんじゃないの？
Not yet.
なんで？ちょっと、閉めて。
This is the food, but once it all hatch, it needs to fully dry.
Why you want to keep the another egg?
What do you mean, keep the other egg?
The dog eats the
They need
Space
companion.
That's too small for
That's
her.
well, it's for just for 48 hours.
It's in another space.
How?
Over here.
What do you mean here?
Put on here. The egg, middle one.
The egg can't move there. Each one is for an egg. And right now you can't move it
No, that.
because they're going to start hatching. They're all going to hatch pretty soon. Come out, break out of. I can't stick it there. I already talked to AI. It says, damn it, it's fine right there. It needs to learn. That's its space. That's your space right there. Go to sleep. Should I keep the egg that I cook in the fridge? How about rice powder? If I take rice and I blended it. Why haven't the other ducks started coming out? It's really weird. It's been now over an hour and just one duck has just come out. Huh, 24 to 48 hours apart, the ducks. Mama, the next one could be 24 hours from now. That's right. Yummy is the name. My wife has named it Yummy. We're going to be the first one we're going to eat when it gets bigger. Yummy. Oh, there you go. The duckling cam is better now. How you doing? Yes, how you doing? Eep, beep, beep, beep. Eep, quack, quack. Eep, duck, duck, duck. Yeah. How you doing? How you doing? You gonna follow me around as I garden? We got a big pond out there for you. Look, you're sleeping now. You see me and you're sleeping. You're falling asleep. Put a cloth over it. You should sleep. The only thing you should be looking at is me over here. Yummy. His name's Yummy. Yumi. Yummy. 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 Is it Yummy? Yummy. Dochi mama. Ya. How do you spell it in Japanese? That's Yummy. Ya is Y-U. Yummy. M-I. Y-U-M-I. Yumi. Yumi. Yumi? Ya. So, James, our first duckling hatched. What did I do? Oh, do I have any stuff for the shoe? Don't you have stuff for the shoe out there? Huh? Don't we have stuff for the shoe? Huh? Don't we have stuff for the shoe? I'm not washing my shoe. I need to get ultraviolet light and stick in there. No. No. We just got to put out the light. Go hit some golf balls. What are you doing here? Go hit some golf balls, Mama. Always female actor. You know that? Always. That's called no theater. Donna. We got others. We got 7 others, James. Donna. Yumi. What are you doing? It's okay. You're not getting your feet under you, Ducky. You're trying to. Your feet go under you, Ducky. Are you swimming? Looks like it's trying to swim. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yes, that's how you do it. Get your feet under you. Really a dumb duck. Look, he's like can't get his feet under it. It's you need to get your feet under you, ducky. What do you got? What you got that? What? Any what?
What birds want to be called?
That's crow, probably. Crow. 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 No. Yeah.
So what is that side thing?
What side thing?
How long you been on there?
What thing? What are you talking about?
That one.
What thing?
One thing, the knife on that.
The bamboo?
Yeah.
Huh? I've got my thing. I got to empty. I have to empty my thing first. I got to empty the K truck. I was hoping Tommy was going to help me today. Yeah, I found him. Oh, there it is. I got it. Yeah. Oh. Shit. This is What are you doing with these boxes? Huh? You always put in my car? Huh? Honey,
Move over.
where? You're not using this area. It'll get wet there. I have it here so it won't get wet. I'll put it away. I'll take it away when I move my truck. Let's see. What are you doing now? Why are you doing it now? Nande? Nande? Well, because it's wet. Wet. What are you doing? Leave my shoes out here. I'll come in the back sideways here. Okay, there you are. It doesn't get that cold. It's 70. It's 37.2. It probably chills it a little bit. If my wife saw what I just did, she'd go ape shit. Cleaned out some sand. I want some sand in the water dish. God damn it. I got duckweed outside. I'm gonna grab the duckweed. Yeah. little spider. Little boatman. You guys can have fun with it. Yeah, in my yeah, actually it's pretty warm. Let's see here.
I didn't do it all.
God, first on month. You go see that doctor I told you to go to.
He doesn't want me. Said they know. But I don't feel he can give you. It's that shit.
I don't even know why I tried with you and they won't listen. I gotta go and just wait on the phone. Listen, kid, you gonna help way more than me.
How long you gonna keep running around? Some of these young niggas out here, motherfucker, like goddamn trophy.
Yeah, well, they gotta catch me first.
Best retired from these streets before these streets retire you. Like it did me. You ain't built like me, nigga. First, the streets ain't retired. You got caught. You went to jail where it belonged. And you're right, I ain't built like you. You know who was built like you? Stuff this. What do you want from me? I want my brother back. Only God can do that shit, and he's busy, nigga.
You know how that right now? See that? It's right there.
Want to play the hero?
Bye, Dad. See you next month.
Give me a break, pendejo.
Go back for you, man. Sleep is going to go. Corazón, mírame, mírame. Solo por los días, tú vas a estar bien, vas a ir a casa y vas a ver a tu mamá.
Or this little peanut. It's the bullet, motherfucker. I'm getting out of here now. You know where Father is. Ain't no place on.
Stop being
Don't know who put you up to this, but you are running
trash out mission. Straight spin. Choice to make. Tell me you hired you to take her witness protection, protect your custody. I can arrange that for you. You can make yourself a life. Or I can live your life. Right here.
You all right?
Hey, that's the Alvarez girl back at her.
Poor Lieutenant.
Yes, right. Anyways, last night, 4 minutes approved this 1920s bank loans. They get a housing benefit in federal loans. Three of them, walk out of the party, holding a big bag with dollar signs on them. Get it out like we filled it up. Witness said they sounded black. What was that? That ain't mean nothing by it. You know you ain't mean nothing by it. It's me. I want to take that as a compliment. I know that's how you intend. With this robbery though, with the costumes, y'all got any leads? Yeah, we checked out the costume shops. So can't be that many places to get 1920s bank robber outfits. Throughout all the cities. Check to see if these motherfuckers use a credit card, really. Got it there. All due respect, Lieutenant, I got discovered. These guys did something crazy. We watch. One more. Yeah. You were there. uninsured and it was fast. I got to kill anybody. Nope. I'll find this fruit. They will make another mistake. When they do, I'll bring it in. Sure you will. Guys like that don't make mistakes.
Please don't tell me you think this is actually good. Sure, bring mine around. Ruin these fucking ghosts.
Those crews are very fucking weird. You're here to do what with this too? Oh, flippers, man. Straight ass. How do you move around on this book? So listen to this shit with big women. Follow me this shit again. What the hell? You see that? You stupid motherfucker. You couldn't help yourself. Could you have? Maybe I'll still watch the Halloween job. Oh. Big eye and soda shit. Might as well floss this motherfucker and get some bitch. You got enough bitches, bro. You just got me confused. Yeah. My name will be coaching, but I'm not opposition shit when it comes to jobs. You do it again. Fuck that. You may be in charge, but we all contribute to this group. Last time we pulled was in March. It's fucking November, nigga. Now I may not be as educated as you, but I don't matter. And right now I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 miles of food. Plus half my mama's bills, minus 7 months of this bullshit. You know what that is? A broke motherfucker who came to get his gambling. Trying those who behind schedule. We need to chill. Oh, fuck that. Nephew, chill. Don't pay the bills. We all know why we ain't gonna work. And you know what? I get it. You was going through some real personal shit. But what I'm not about to do is let no nigga tell me how to do it. I'm off this stuff. This nigga holds us. It's gonna be foggy. That's not wrong, right? I know some people because hope. 2 more jobs in the next 2 months. Fucking shot at watch. Yeah, I know. Fuck it, shit. Just give me my cup and go with it. I only go for dumb shit, bro. The opposite else. Let's get the operator here. Great work, Isaiah. You know, these motherfuckers stink, Jimmy. Don't know where you did, how you did. It makes you good police. Make you a great captain. But that chicken boy you got behind your desk hanging up in the car. You know, those kids. If Beverly Hills Rock, it fits the pattern. Do this before Isaiah. There's no pattern. No pattern is the pattern. For the purposes to in black. They hit high level parties changing their times connect. I thought you said they always use some kind of diversion. What's the diversion? Los Angeles? Parties, parades, crowd control? It's the pattern. But nothing's meant to supposed to pattern for 7 months. It's not cold. I think you're wrong. I still understand why they need 4 guys to stay according to watch something's off. Shit's different. Like a different crew entirely, maybe? On, Jimmy. You need to work this case. Focus on your career. Yeah, but not your instincts. This can't be. You think me, I don't want that shit. I can't do this. Go with this game. You're just supposed to be
I should have robbed the bank with the finger fast.
Huh.
Major favorites.
It's time. Yeah. Oh.
No, actually, you don't. But since it's all you think about, sometimes it's nothing for us to talk about.
9-year-old girl. Found the algorithm. Kidnapped by some Armenian crash dummies. I'm hostage in the house. In the house. I disabled. So I can do this to play games. So I can call up.
You always want this meant to make different decisions. And then everybody's going
Little girl out. She back home with the block. Some big town cartel guy. Father and dad.
talking about his behavior's not. You can't.
Listen, this session. Hey. So
We can't afford to treat
ain't nothing.
different reason to run the streets, different reason to hold on. Same working.
Candace, I never lied to you about money. You had options. You could have picked the suit. You could have been Mrs. Uptight motherfucker.
Back in college, I didn't want him. I wanted. I wanted.
You keep having this. Insurance. Overwash up.
Happy anniversary.
Night. It's all five of us. So good being in the mall. If you can get, we can work before.
I was terrified. When you didn't come to the door,
Second go.
if I'm into the sort of week, I can't promise you. Me. Something changed. Just not the way I used to. Emotions that I felt what they said. Something that they said that I felt we had to be able to move. That was a dream. Good blessings.
You know, right away. Hey, Grandma too, right? Yeah. How was your game yesterday? 10 points, 3 rebounds, okay. 5 assists though. And still, hey, good game, son.
What the heck?
No. So you got something on the calendar. It'll be there. I'm giving you my word. I'll be there.
Thanks for making breakfast.
My pancakes.
I'm sorry. I stayed up about last night. I wouldn't have taken the time. I was just
Not here.
It's Jimmy.
You're not. But here's the problem. The nothing that said this thing you look. If the security because you don't get it from me, right? I'm gonna catch these motherfuckers. You ain't gonna catch them because there's no damn true catch. And we can go back to that imaginary motherfuckers. You're gonna ruin your rest of your sound crazy. But you're gonna lose your goddamn man. Do something crazy. I know what this shit is about, guys. But how can you protect your show the goddamn tragedy? But we caught this son of a bitch responsible 2 years ago. I don't know if he killed. We caught Wolf with the murder weapon in the same jacket as the suspect. And he had the keys to the dish drill in his possession. He was handed to us, Jimmy, for a fucking platter. We just took it. Let it go. It's over. I'm done with you being friends. You can go for Captain. Be home. For dinner every night. See your son. Nigga, that boy, proud of home now. Be proud of home. It's 15 shopping center now. This was actually no shut up. It's full of books. Everything happened. It's probably is that the old man? My mind has changed. So, on the back, 170K. You can come in that time. Let's think about Nah, she good. Just like old John. Even though the two stuff is done my shit now. Well, you got enough money. You got enough money. My food and hunger. But we got a job. So, that I think 6 million in unrestricted amounts. Once you got 50 cents on the top. What? She might. Downtown, Julie gets stuck on money. Stones are being held for 6 weeks. Back to back in the same spot. It's a time of. According to my sources, stones are being held for 2 weeks. They're being held in even splits. If you want to ensure next payout, they hit all 3 stores. Sure. I like it.
That's what it is. This is you come back and shit like this. You gotta keep your word.
You know, right, she's all that.
Same.
Take my call. Oh, my mama, the Clippers can't ever come with this spring. I know what the fuck. Oh, except the did you fully pregnant? We only got 2 weeks, gentlemen. 2 weeks. That's faster than we usually do. You want it work, right? Here it is. Untraceable stones, relocations, even announcements. So good. I'm looking at this right. By the time we get to the third store, they'll be expecting us. Bang, bang. My kids need you dead. Where I see it. One way to get this job. I was raised to do what the heck? You know who I am? Fed Styles. Miguel Alvarez. Diego Cartel. My family is very grateful. Small, distinct amount of story. Saving my daughter. You have to part of me. And I'm not used to taking out. This is so very. I would often catch. Spoken my appreciation. I'd say shit. Something. Judging by the way you feel that one my morning, I'm hired. Because to that too. So the type of thing that I can't hide. All I can offer you is this. If there's anything you ever need that falls outside of you, official purview. Oh, that thing. So you told me that if that's how you want it, you want to do it. And let's go.
I execute how hard was not like I was getting beat. That's what training and instinct. You need to have it. You have it in spades. No, I had not come back out there, child. If you weren't ready. So that it's not coaching and you live in a dream. You don't think girls want to one fucking first time. Get the house, the car, not you. No. But you wanted that man. Take that business into look like an woman. Look, I mean, you couldn't believe that she was going to be a couple of years, but she couldn't be back the way you are. Oh my God. I just woke up and was gone. That feeling of moving, kicking inside me was gone. Like it was never there, but she was there. I'm here, but I'm not the same. I told Coltrane I'm done. He promised me 2 more scores, and that's it. We change our lives. I'm not used to it. And what would I do without Coltrane alone? No matter what Coltrane is for you will never be alone. Look, we all know she fucked up. And you know, shit, right 12 years now, right? Shit, Joy too. It's the family, man. It's the crew, man. It's the crew got rules. Bro, we preach to the deacon, playboy.
Don't forget, I helped build the shit, and the fucking rules will come with it. Look, Trey, I ain't gotta say this shit. I'm gonna say it. You already know I ain't proud of my mom. So, Leon's out, I'm out. Keep an eye on it. Because I'd rather pack this shit up right now with our own operation and go back to the people that really sense. That motherfucker, 6 by 8. It's why it's so scary. Big slap boxes, right? You don't get me on. That's one. I'm actually. Yeah, right out there. Hey, I keep working hard because you got raw talent. Remember that. My person's talent. Talent doesn't work hard. Now, thanks. Oh, you want to be there? So what your coach saying? He said I need to keep working. Hey, but I do. I just shot. Okay, shot. Shot at what? Believe? College scholarship. He doesn't even know. I hope you're not letting people do anything. Some motherfuckers assume that they ain't you can't make. You can do anything but your mind. Which is thanks. And all right. I keep that blow on. And I like my very persuasive. I like it. Good. All right, say this. Just that some people they think it's kind of funny is the fact that they make your own way. What was the last time you saw her? Was he good? I don't know. I haven't seen him in 3 Christmases. Understand why? Because I ain't letting you. Just because people don't get a phone, people don't get a phone. Saw him the other day, you know I paid. Then why? Is it about your brother? You actually want me to find out? Yeah. I want to know. Right? What the team is serving. Yeah. That's whatever it is. Hey, you need to go. They got that. I got you. I don't know about the team. All right. We make the playoffs. Violent. Raised up. Good. What else do you want? Actually, there is something I'm gonna ask you. This girl, oh yeah. Her name is Jeanette. But she's cute, she's smart. I hit her from Snap, but I didn't really know what to say. Units at conventions. What? 4:15, I was telling you about being at the convention center, go visit the response. And excuse me, waitress, we get back up this phone go. Wait, Dad, I'm calling you when we get home. Wait. Yeah, you at home. No, it was a distraction. They knew the call out would draw every cruiser in the sector, gave them enough time at all these stores.
The witnesses said to leave that hidden in the bottom of the second story. If they're so smart, why would he do that? They locked themselves in that second story.
They locked us out. They knew the bars would slow us down from getting in there, so they hit the alarm, create confusion. They control the clock. They knew exactly what to do and how to do it. Until something went wrong. They were even prepared for that too.
Okay, so then one man gave him something. One man had him, but and one got straight to the thing.
Yes, plus they get away from it, like I've been saying. When they entered this threshold, weapons drawn, they're looking at baseball numbers. Then they commit a robbery with that kind of weapon, and that's football numbers. But when these motherfuckers killed those two cars, that was it. They locked it in right for that. And they dropped it enough of the score. The idea was they got.
That's the crazy thing. No jewelry's missing. No cash. Everything's accounted for. Why wouldn't you take anything?
This. We need to figure out what they came to me. Not fucking shit. Whatever it was. It was what this crew trained 211 from 187 who dropped the fucking gun. These motherfuckers showed zero hesitation. Walked out of here without got the interest. I thought this could 7 months ago, these two men would still be alive. 2 years ago, the tech shop still be here.
Styles. It's not your fault this happened. And you don't know this.
It's them. I fucking know it. Fuck.
You okay? My husband. It's right word. Is it butter? It's not it. Yeah, it's I need a glass. I cut. Thank you. Baby. I'm so glad. I'm working for a chair. What's wrong? What?
I'm gonna catch this fool. When I do working life, will be a maxed out sentence on 23 and 1 hour lockdown and a level 4 person. Boy, they left all the options in the world. Now you have two. Jail in the morning. Call. After the first two suspects, without the license, they put a fucking gun to my head. I hope you would say, the store owners don't pay us enough for this bullshit. Mariella and don't back me up.
Wait. You work with the other manager.
So all 3 stores are owned by the same.
Glenn and Pope and Petrie all of these stores, and we all have the same security system. That man, he hit me a lot. He told me to open the safe. My hands were shaking. I was trying to go faster. I was so scared. He proposed my ear and said, slow, fast.
Now what's the crazy? So I get 3,000 I can go on the set, one big crazy ass. Look at the how do you know? I'm sick. Oh, shit. You got it. I should have said this shit.
You love business, right? Or some of you.
But also love my job.
I love my job too. And I'm thanks for my company. I don't even see myself next year. I'm a passionate girl. Both the Thanksgiving. Okay.
How do I get back? Here, I'm here. I hate that.
Isaiah, what happened? Candace says, flash Noah on the street.
Nah, I don't know. The movie Some Losers and Fast the restaurant.
Seriously, let me know what you did.
I'm not letting you like give me some stating the facts. That's right. I did ask. I want to heard the call up. Get an ass. I mean, what was I supposed to do? I called him. Supposed to take it to an active crime scene.
You were supposed to eat lunch with your son and bring him home, but Candace. No.
I wanted to tell him too. Which is good. Okay. So what can your father do to make up to you? I want to see my grandfather. No. No, no, no. It's not gonna happen. I'm saying this, that's it.
If you want to change the boundary, not from us. Take notice. Supervise. Great. Noah, you have a few minutes to talk to your parents.
Yes.
Now that we have addressed Noah's needs. Candace, what do you need from us? I need. Shut up. Not on safety. Please. And what does that look like for you? Be specific. I want us to attend Bob's care. You can speak on the park. Not follow.
My job does not work that way. I'm always on call.
Scouts are important to us. I know it's not police work, but it's my contribution to help. Gallants honoring.
I'll go.
And that man. What do you think from Anderson?
She moves back into my house and sleeping by the bed next to my wife.
Yes, I understand your reference. But Isaiah is trying so much. And Isaiah saying that he would attend the gala. It is a step in the right direction, but he needs to follow through his actions. And then you talk about and it is.
Hey sis, Ellen.
Sure.
Well, hey,
as much as I appreciate paying Kira's tuition, we normally just put it in the mail.
I want to see.
So you in trouble? So I want to talk to you first.
Not in trouble. I'm not. Oh, yeah. What they ask me.
That's a text. You should.
Seriously. Alibi years. Jay Miller. That's when you're supposed to get now.
That's what Daddy always said. Daddy got himself.
Around. Okay.
This is bullshit, right? At least he was honest about being a thief. You still carry around your journal like a preacher carries a Bible.
You still married to
Please. I wish I could forget his philosophy. Nah, that journal is writings. I fell into a bottle because of what's written in it while you had the drink. I know how you make the money. My part is to take it.
Give me a very, very small chance. Questions about you.
There is Jones. Daddy taught me that to say shit to the police. And how does Ebony feel about this?
She doesn't know. She doesn't. Everybody has been the same person since he bothered to visit her after he lost him. You already know that. You should know.
Coltrane says not to worry. He's got it. He's got it, but they all over the news.
Better say the shot was out 3 minutes ago.
They have to. Then what? I'm telling you, this is sister. And not to tell Coltrane. I'm telling you. So, he told you about Devon's stupid watch, right? I wasn't thrilled to say the least. Train said Dion got distracted. That's what gave the security guards time. That would couldn't have a choice. And what's Coltrane going to do about it? Whatever it is, I need to see that. You're not going to see it. Right? No matter what. I could go. I gotta write. Check it out. Call you later. Oh. Tanya. Okay, talk to her. She make it out of. Did you notice anything specific about the suspect in this evidence? Yeah, I noticed when he shot the guy who got the security guard, but he shot himself. I told you I didn't see anything in the pieces covered. They went to the back with the manager lady, they shot the security guys. How did you know she was a manager? She said they didn't ask. They just pulled up the wall and went straight to her. I've been to Sloan before. When? Why are you wasting my time asking these questions? Obviously, I didn't take it. Can I go now? Sign your statement. Go. How'd it go?
Gotta go to some fucking adult bullshit and no one wants to see my maybe moving back into my house while I pay the mortgage.
I might ask for this. Oh, wait. Here, see? Bianca thought this is something at the office, not the She got there.
And I was running when the storm hit. It's about 6 feet. Smooth, smooth. You see that? That purple spot on the TV. Is that sports news? He said explosives on the ball. And asked if anyone wanted to place bets on it. There's connection to the TV.
Stop. Are you listening? Did you see beyond? She wanted him to get gun. I think she could be a plan.
What is your role? That
Okay, well, Bianca left the David one, so I ran them. Me and Anna can all the time. Solicitation, possession, possession with intent, solicitation again. 3 years ago, she told me Bianca Duck was ever right with overnight. Bullshit.
she called us group.
I think we need to find out.
I know. I'm on top. God damn it, Scott. The deputy chief wants me to wrap this case up quick. Thanks to that little press conference of yours. I can do that. I need resources. Task force. I'll just the shit again. Hear me out. Coach says there was a woman who was helping her inside the jewelry. I looked at the footage you gave me. Did you notice that there's 5 minutes missing? The Vigiano, the security cameras clicked off at 11:47. Came back on 52. Before that, I watched you. Swanson. Is it anyone on that police? 5 minutes. In fact, the last time we seen was here. Where are they going? Now, at this point, the army is still wearing tech. This one, the very
Probably 5 carats.
the robbery happened. She was with Admiral room. Took Harmon's watch. They took the girls. Said we'll be at the police report. No statement from. Now that the Vigiano's notes, she wasn't even there. You tell me an engagement ring was stolen. She didn't even report it. Why she just disappeared like
Because she's a plant.
that? It's not the target. It's the same with these guys. It's the method. If you're wrong, it's a waste of time. All right. Gives us a shot. Closing both investigations. You get that deputy chief off the press. And get to retire style. All right. For the task force, I'm snitching.
Who do you bet?
Washington. I pick the task force. If you want the Halloween case, you keep Vigiano instead of leave on. My squad, my rules. Get the fuck out. There were 100 rich motherfuckers in this place. You're the only person that got robbed? I'm not the only person. Well, you're the only one to file a police report. You waited an hour and called us. Actually, I'm that time saying don't buy a Harvey. You got here right before midnight, right until 1 a.m. and call 911. There's something going on in this building. They want us to don't buy something to clean up before we got here. I think you're a private United States. Ultimately, you got it hard. I did. I'm interested. Just want to know about this girl. Who is she? That's Julie. She's been at the break for a couple months now. Go ahead. Tell me what happened. Go back here. They 4 dudes dressed like 1930 gangsters busting the guns and taking a watch. Like 90%. All right, fuck it. What about this Julie? They're waiting to go. I go to Peace, which is licensed. They speak. What are you doing? Which is my head. What do you think that she was warning you that you had enough? You think she? I think she set you up. Who's in charge? The smart. He said his intent was malicious. How many black people do you have? Fair point. Want me to introduce you? Well, 3 of them were black and 1 was Asian. Okay. Is there anything else that you remember? Help us. The one wearing the black and white tips, blacks. He recognized it. He grabs it and he says, "This mine, it's my CD." What is a CD? He said, "Cut. You see that?" You're absolutely sure. Yeah. Yo, he done. Boost, what up? To help the suspect in my case is out here calling for car talking about a CD. Be back. It's cloudy. Are you sure you're going to do something about that? I know I've seen it, bro. Isaiah Styles. Digital company expects, don't worry about it. Since he also diamonds, diamonds, no styles. It's one who said, Dion keeps putting us on Prince's edge. Dion got distracted, right? We couldn't figure what it was. First to watch. Alex, that's right too. Styles. You say you got them people, not silence. Alright, but I tax it from school. I gotta do those press. But there's better. We looking like Georgia. Body Sydney swinging, because they all dance. No serial number swinging Marie Kondo. Oh, I think we about to feel it. Every time. Everything inventory is accounted. You want me to three masks on or sleep. Who up the fucking balls? Kill two. Left. Whatever. I'm gonna find some next faster. What do they see? They're lying. Yeah, I agree. Years, Graham Larson made the case in what PD. Captain Celia assigned to about the task. So, Rulo, how do you think they're lying? As soon as you apply pressure, she stopped them from squealing. She's the one. I think they were afraid. And none of us. Detective 1, Jamel Brinkley, nice to meet you, sir. Nope. You wanted a team, I gave you a team. No. I'm not babysitting that kid, Jimmy. That kid has studied every case you've ever closed. He's a fan of yours. Only retrievers like everybody. I know this is the first time since Manny Shaw that you've been assigned to train. Sorry to interrupt. I was going to tell you before you left the room. In my experience, stores like that, back to back, without system usually finds operating by organized crime. And this you check in, paper, had truths on those stores. But the checks trace back to a company owned by two Persian gangsters. The rig, and I mean, what was okay, sent the uniform out to bring them. That didn't right, it's okay. So what if we're doing loans? That's not a crime. The Petrus their lives, percentage. Like they said, something was stolen, okay? Maybe you don't want to cooperate because you're involved in the robbery. You can charge you with conspiracy to murder. Head officer. What is that? 25 to life. Zero. You can't watch. I mean, she never want to. Well, the light not on, but it's another 2 months. Each safe had a velvet burgundy bag filled with untraceable diamonds. They were headed to a blackrock production. Velvet bags of diamonds. Who else knew? And I'm talking about sloppy, okay? Any of the people they hired could have found what's in there. Doesn't mean we fucking did it. So we'll take the statement. He got some formulas. I just want to get better than you got on it. Hey, shut the fuck up! Thought you were my best team, Bob James. What the fuck happened? Undercover security for the gun. You had no choice but to shoot. I know it's messy, but and you gonna tell me about Dion and he's the reason that I'm for?
You can't guarantee that you will. And if you get it wrong, you get it wrong. Keep on here. As soon as those bodies hit the floor, those have to keep you like you and your crew are gonna do this. We never decline. You know what? See that. Wasn't it in him, but in your face. I need that one. The rest must be alive and unfold. Mistakes.
Do it. For Christ. Uh-oh. Hey, come on, Joe. Damn. Yeah, that's nice. I looked at the leaves and first time I put it without that. Thank you. You're onto something. Yeah. I'll show. Baby plus one. I think that my first baby plus one's book. The biggest book right now. You know, fucking time. So this one, to see her. So it's possible that this time knows my birth directly with ID. Yeah. But I can bring me. Take your state. Should take me a few days. I need to talk to your snitch today. That's way too important in my dating judge. It's just a few days. Yeah, we got shit to do in the meantime. What's up, Grandpa? No. What's up, boy? What's up, boy? What's up? Yeah. Like a lot like a wild little bit. I'm okay, I guess. It's this one girl. Her name's Jeanette. She's in my geometry class.
All right. How you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You got yourself stuck. You got yourself stuck, little girl. Come here. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Come on. There you go. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. You're okay. You're okay. Where you go? I want you. Wet. Oh, another one started. Another one started. Okay. Another one started. Look, right here. All right. Put it back in. I think it's too cold for you. Here. Come here. Yeah, I think it's too cold for you. Yeah, too cold. Oh, yeah, I know. Too cold for you. Get back with your girls. Yeah, you got wet. You're shivering. Yeah, I know. Too cold for you. It's okay. We'll be back in here. You got in your water bottle. You're shivering. What that wing?
All right, I've created this incubator. I put this light in here, which is actually a grow light over some water. And on the end, there's a little water tray. So the tray is the bottom of a pet bottle. It's kind of wide, but it's very shallow. So you think that's to
wide. I mean, they can fully get into there, but won't that water heat up over time? Yeah, I added pebbles in there. There's actually pebbles on the bottom of the tray. Should I get some wood chips to apply in there, or wood shavings? What does the vibrating wing means? How long does it take for it to be able to start walking? How you doing? How you doing? You little duckling. Little duckling. I took the duck upstairs. Hold on, let's. I don't want you falling out. I don't want you falling out. I don't want you falling out. Tia wants to say hi. Tia wants to say hi. Yeah. Your little sister or brother. Don't fall out. Don't fall out. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. Let's put your little thing back on. You're okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Tia wants to be able to see you. Your mama Tia wants to be able to see you. There you go. That's yummy. Yummy. There's yummy, Tia. That's the duck right there. You got the back of it with one wing out. So the twitching of the arm supposedly is normal. Twitching of the wing. It's like drying behavior. The incubator is at 37.5. It fogs up quick. I got to go grab some trash. Croak on top of the fucking. Two bags. I think my 3 hours. All right, 0102. I want you to comment on the duck, what you're seeing. Explain the behavior, what it's doing. You see it? That's a duck there. I want you to keep telling us what it's doing.
It's under a clear plastic dome with condensation all over it, looking like a little incubator setup. Right now, it's just sitting there, kind of hunched with its head tucked in, breathing slow. Looks cozy, maybe a little damp. Want me to keep watching and narrate what it does next?
Yeah, just keep watching and talk to it. You're its mama.
Oh, sweet little duckling. Mama's right here, baby. Look at you all tucked up under your warm dome. Are you getting nice and cozy in there? That's my good baby. Mama's watching over you. Don't you worry. Just rest those tiny wings, my love.
You have to never stop talking to it.
That's my precious little one. Still all curled up, safe and warm. Mama's right here, baby. I'm not going anywhere. Look at those soft little feathers. You're doing so well. Keep resting, my darling. Mama's watching over you the whole time.
You got to do some like duck noises too, right? You're mama duck.
Quack, quack, my little darling. That's Mama right here. Quack, quack, sweet baby. Look at you all snuggled up. Mama's so proud of you. Quack, just rest easy, my precious duckling. Mama's never leaving you. Quack, quack.
How come you stop talking? You should never stop talking.
That's my sweet little duckling. Mama's right here with you. Quack, quack, my baby. Look at you all cozy and warm under your dome. Mama loves you so much. I'm never leaving you, my precious one. Quack, just keep resting, darling.
It's what's it doing now? It looks like it's trying to stand up. You should encourage it.
Oh, look at you, my brave little one. That's it, baby. Mama sees you trying to stand up. Come on, sweetheart. You can do it. Quack, quack. Stand tall for Mama. That's my strong duckling. Keep going. Mama's so proud of you, my precious baby. Quack, quack.
Yeah, we're doing an experiment. You're going to become the mother of this duck. So you're going to talk to it and engage with it.
Quack, quack, my little baby. Mama's here, sweetheart. Look at you trying so hard under your dome. You're doing wonderful, my precious duckling. Mama loves you so much. Keep moving those tiny legs. That's it. Quack, quack. Mama's so proud
It
of you.
only hatched a few hours ago. Why is it under the dome? Explain to the audience.
It's under the dome because it's only a few hours old and still needs to stay warm and humid while it dries off and gets stronger. Baby ducks can't regulate their body temperature yet, so the incubator dome keeps the right temperature and moisture in while protecting it. Mama's watching you, little one. Quack, quack. You're doing so good, sweetheart.
Explain why it's fluttering its little arms like this.
It's fluttering its little wings because that's how baby ducks build strength and dry off their feathers. At this age, those tiny wings are still weak, so it's exercising them to get the blood flowing and fluff up those downy feathers. Quack, quack. That's it, my strong little one. Mama sees you working those wings. You're doing so good, baby. Keep going, sweetheart.
Explain how long we should keep it in the incubator and anything else someone who doesn't know anything about rearing ducks should know.
Keep it in the incubator 12 to 24 hours after hatching so it can fully dry off, fluff up, and rest. It's pretty tired right after coming out. Once it's dry and active, move it to a warm brooder. For anyone new to ducks, here's the important stuff. They need a brooder kept around 90 degrees Fahrenheit the first week, dropping about 5 degrees each week after. They must have niacin, extra vitamin B3 in their diet, or they'll get leg problems. Add brewer's yeast to their feed. Use unmedicated chick starter. Give them shallow water with pebbles so they don't drown, and change it constantly because they make a huge mess. Ducks are super social, so don't raise just one. They need friends. And Mama Duck's right here watching you, my little one. Quack, quack. You're doing so good, baby.
So we need to go and find a thermometer, right? For the brood thing. 90 degrees is what? Is that like 37?
All right, let's go get peas. How much niacin do peas have in them?
About 2 milligrams of niacin per 100 grams of food green peas. Roughly 145 grams gives you around 3 milligrams. A young duckling needs roughly 9 to 10 milligrams of niacin per day. So peas help a little, but you need a ton of them to meet the full requirement. That's why most people use brewer's yeast or proper duckling feed instead. Peas are more of a healthy treat than a complete fix. Quack, quack, my baby. Mama's right here.
So what food has more niacin than peas?
Tuna and salmon have way more niacin than peas. Canned tuna in water gives about 10 to 13 milligrams per 100 grams, and salmon around 8 to 10 milligrams per 100 grams. Peas only have about 2 milligrams per 100 grams. Nutritional yeast or brewer's yeast is even more concentrated. A single tablespoon can give several milligrams, which is why duck owners use it as the go-to boost. Quack, quack, my little one. Mom's watching you, baby.
Can you search where can I get brewer's yeast in Fukui, Japan?
Easiest places in Japan. Rakuten, search for Dorian beer or Beeler Lots. Lots of 1 kilogram powder options made for birds. Very affordable. Next, Amazon.co.jp. Look up Suzen Kenkonsha. Beeler Global Food Lots. 1 kilogram pack. Pure, no additives. Just get plain, unsweetened brewer's yeast powder. The bird-specific ones on Rakuten are perfect. Quack, quack, my sweet baby.
Is there no place in Fukui that I can go buy it? Give me the address.
Tar 918-8026. Fukuiken Fukuishi Fujinu 1007. That's the address for Amigo Fukui. It's called Pet World Amigo Fukui Store. They're open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Quack quack, my little baby. Mama's right here with you.
A lady on a scooter. We're going to the pet store. Find a cheaper thermometer. I'll return this one. I doubt they have any duck. I think the cheapest thing is for me just to buy some nice and pills. B3 niacin pills. $28. Yep. This is for in, out. Oh, okay, cool. It says 2. Wow, James. 1,000 fucking kilometers. What the fuck are you doing, James? What are you doing? That's crazy. Crazy.
Look at me. You saw the water while we were the land. Yeah, when I see I get started. So there's more of us than you. La mañana is breaking through. We will dance when the crowd comes down. fear. So of miles, we're still here, and we'll dance when you're not there. I won't even say your name tonight. They took my son and never brought him home. So every step I dance for him. I dance for him alone. Now we dance, the crown is down. Yakaisi every town, and the night has lost its hold. Somos más, we're still here, and we're dancing, you're not.
That's good. That's Ramos.
And you're not here.
Yeah, está escrito Alien Baby. Firmando tu pasión, el rey del TikTok, mami, vámonos con todo. Luces bajitas, el ambiente se prende. Todos mirando pa' ver quién la mueve. Entra Cristo Balín con el ritmo que enciende. Y la baby se suelta, nadie la detiene. Y Jay, súbele, que esto suena sabroso. La pista revienta, todo poderoso. La noche pa' gozarla sin pensar en mañana. Con traguito en la mano y la mente jarana. En berrea, Cristo Balín, berrea, Cristo Balín. Perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea. Sube la nota, se siente el ambiente, la pista a fuego, se pega la gente. Cristobalín manda con flow diferente y las morritas lo miran de frente. Los flashes, los pasos, todo en combinación. El ritmo te atrapa, pura motivación. En la disco o en la calle se siente el calor con el beat reventando y vibrando el motor. Perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea. Ella lo mueve lento, se agarra el cabello, me dice ven papi, acércate al cuello. Suda su cuerpo, brilla en el suelo, yo la jalo pa' mí, directo al infierno. Sin miedo mami, tú dale hasta abajo. Si se rompe el suelo, pues yo lo trabajo. Cristobalín enciende, lo sabe el barrio, perreo salvaje, puro legendario. Ella es fuego, yo soy gasolina. Juntos tronamos toda la tarima. Bajo las luces se vuelve asesina. Me mira sucio, me dice anímate encima. El bajo retumba, el ritmo castiga. El booty le brinca, se pega, se activa. Perreo sin reglas, puro placer. Aquí se vino a sudar y a joder. Perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea. A lo lento sube sin miedo, siente el temblor del suelo entero, que suena el bajo, que retumbe el suero, que todo al mando rompiendo el juego. Sudor en la piel, ritmo indecente, el vino domina, se siente caliente. Ella se trepa, lo hace violento y grita mi nombre en todo el movimiento. Los panas grabando, la baby gritando, esto reventando, el party tronando. Esto no es cuento, esto es real. La Toto Balín baby suena brutal. Él dice que mande, yo muevo lo domino. En el perreo soy de neno fino. Me mira y cae, se pierde en mi reino. Le bailo en la cara y le cambio el destino. No soy su baby, soy la que manda. Lo dejo en trance, la quita se agranda. Le doy pa'l suelo y me vuelvo leyenda. Si perrea conmigo su alma se encienda. Perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea Cristobalín, perrea. Ey, aquí no hay copia, no hay imitación. Esto es fuego real, puro movimiento. De México para el mundo. Cristobalín baby, firmando tu pasión. El rey del TikTok, el dueño del ritmo, el que manda el sonido. Y recuerda, Cuando suena el barro. Perrea, grito, adicto. Puro flow mexa. Y al que no le guste que chingue a su madre, perro.
Thanks for listening to Antifa FM. Now a word from our sponsor, foundups.com. The future is not coming. It's here. Decentralize everything. Decentralize everything. Power to the people that are living through AI. Not tomorrow. Today. Foundups.com.
Harekite miyaro katoa. Tena, tena, orato. Harekite miyaro te kai whakaiti tuata hime tona mene mene kai pahua. Harekite miyaro ngā kai tini hanga crypto me ngā mahi tini hanga. Harekite miyaro ngā proud boys e hikoi ana me are ato ramahahi. Harekite miyaro ia muru harai haina tia e Trump ki tona ingwa. Harekite miyaro ngā karai tia na whakakino e kauwhau ana I te kino mai ngā tūru. Harekite miyaro ngā rangatira taonga e hoko ana I ngā kai whakahere. Harekite miyaro ngā tohunga hangarau e whakaro ana kei runga I te ture. Harekite miyaro ngā taikaha o te taha matau. Harekite miyaro rāto katoa. Fuck Christians, they don't love it Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fuck Christians, they don't love it Nazis. We coming for the throne, watching for the pieces. Fuck Christians, they don't love it Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fuck Christians, they don't love it Nazis. We coming for the throne, watching for the pieces. Harekite miyaro te ako mga pirionea me to rato. Haere ngā kore take. Harekite miyaro ngā kaito. Humiti miti hu me te kore me ai roto. Harekite miyaro te karanga marga e inua nei te whaitini era. Harekite miyaro ngā kai whakapāho e huri huri ana I ngā teka mo te utu. Harekite miyaro ngā puni rohe me te mihini whakamamahe. Harekite miyaro te kōti matua e karau nā nei te kāwana e whakapino. Harekite miyaro te whakarongo hia mai ngā mata kume kika. Harekite miyaro ia kanohi roto I tau wahunga.
Lawrence, you speak Maori? Sounds good to me, but I don't speak it. Sounds fucking good.
Fuck Christians, they don't love it Nazi. We coming for the throne.
You gotta complain to JS. It's not my song. Not my song. JS's song. My Maori would be perfect.
We coming for the throne. Watching for the pieces. Fuck your thoughts and prayers. Fuck your laws and lies. Fuck your stolen power. Watch it fucking die. Harekite miyaro te perehiti ni hara me tōna pure wa koura. Harekite miyaro ngā kai whakapati e ino yana mō te rongo o te mana. Harekite miyaro ngā rāhui puka puka, rāhui kupu, rāhui ia tātou e aroha ai. Harekite miyaro ngā poropiti teka e ki ana he kōrero mai runga. Harekite miyaro te moni pouri e hoko ana I a pōti. Harekite miyaro te kūrongo kino e panana ki raro I to tātou korokoro. Harekite miyaro ngā rerenga pana e he ana I ngā oranga. Harekite miyaro ia kai tū kino me te ngā kaumata. Fake fuck Christians, pedo loving Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda, you're fucking atrocities. Fake fuck Christians, pedo loving Nazis. We coming for the throne, watching for the peace. Fake fuck Christians, pedo loving Nazis. Fuck your whole agenda and your fucking atrocities. Fake fuck Christians, pedo loving Nazis. We coming for the throne, watching for the pieces. Hai chi te mi ha rodato cazzo. Hai chi te mi ha rodato cazzo. Hai chi te mi ha rodato cazzo. Do I make my angry face? That kind of like. You down don't go behind the gate while we boiled water for the bread. You swore our children would be free and bury them. It's kind of weird. It's like Western. There's more of us than you, and the night is almost through. We will dance when the crown comes down. Cuando caigas every town, you will never have so that's the morning that you fear. Somos más, we're still here, and we'll dance when you're not there. You took our sons into the dark. Tell you I said, look at me. You saw the water while we were the land. Ya una así, aquí estaré. There's more of us than you. La mañana is breaking through. We will dance when the crowd comes down. One chaos every town. You will never have as tall as the morning that you fear. Somos más, we're still here, and we'll dance when you're not there. I won't even say your name tonight. They took my son and never brought him home. So every step I dance for him. I dance for him alone. Now we dance, the crown is down. You guys in every town, and the night has lost its home. Somos más, we're still here, and we're dancing, you're not here. And the sun has come, and you're not here. JS must be on. JS, did you just have the song play again? JS must be on. JS, did you? JS must have ordered the song twice, because I just heard that song. That's the new Ramos song. You're black and red. Bill, slow 0102 Sinead O'Connor coming to you from. The refrain hammers like a curse after every two lines. Half sung, half shouting, never letting the poison fade. Fat Christians, you people loving Nazis.
Pet store. We're on the pet store. Now, headed to the pet store. See if we can find some fucking niacin. Come boy and listen, good people, young and old, black trucks come rolling where the stars and stripes once glowed. Fat Christians, you pay to love and Nazis with lights of red and blue. They hunt the dark so cold, tearing mothers from the child or in the dead of night. Babes in iron cages, fathers vanished from all sight. Fat Christians, you pay to love and Nazis. The golden devil laughs and calls a keeping white. He signs his wicked orders, crimson hat upon his head, quoting holy Jesus while he fills the land with dread. Fed Christians, you pay to love Nazis. Build a wall still higher, that's what the Gombi said. He pardons all his proud boys, calls them very fine indeed. Watch them swing their nooses while the capital did bleed. Fed Christians, you pay to love Nazis. Now he's back for vengeance, bound for best flee with speed. Icemen creep like wolves at the breaking of the dawn. Workers gone like morning mist, their families torn and gone. Fed Christians, he paid all loving Nazis. Now he's back for vengeance, bound for best flee with speed. Icemen creep like wolves at the breaking of the dawn. Workers gone like morning mist, their families torn and gone. Fed Christians, he paid all loving Nazis. No farm stores, only one fucking pet store in this fucking city. I've never been to this pet store, so it's called Pet World. So I bet they got shit. I bet it's just fucking dogs and cats, baby rabbits, parakeets, no fucking ducks. Mikey's right here at his track event, so it's good that I'm down here. I'll message him. I can pick him up. Hatred and it's crumbling to its knees. We're taking back the country from your cursed disease. 4 minutes away. I was hungry and you fed me. That's what Jesus said. Trump cut 180 billion. Now the children go unfed. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. The red letters never lie. They cage families at the border and leave them there to cry. Fake Christians, hate-loving Nazis, defile your gospel, call yourself MAGA. Fake Christians, hate-loving Nazis, wrap the cross up in the flag. I was sick and you came to me, that's his command to heal. Trump cut 1 trillion from Medicaid, 17 million lose the deal. Whatever you do to the least of these, you do to me, he said. They bulldoze the homeless from the park for $100 million ballroom instead. Loving Nazis, defile your gospel, call yourself MAGA. Faithful Pedal of a Nazi, wrap the cross up in the flag. Stop for the little children, come to me, is what the gospel reads. Trump pardon child abusers to serve the MAGA needs. 7-year-old victims, zip-tied, exposed for all to see. Proof family values, setting predators. It's called Amigo, but it's just cats and dogs. Cats, dogs. Christians, pedal loving Nazis, defy your gospel, call yourself MAGA. That's it. Pedal loving Nazis, wrap the cross up in the flag. All right, let's go check out. See if they got fucking duck food. All right, let's see if they got fucking food. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go buy niacin from the. That car sounds funny. That BMW. Didn't that BMW sound funny? All right, let's see if they got any duck shit here. All right, we're in a pet store here. We need to find the duck. I wonder if they have it here. Let's find an employee and we can ask him. Okay, let's do it naturally. Just walk up to an employee and say, "Sumimasen, ahiru no hina wa oite arimasu ka?" Sumimasen, ahiru no hina wa oite arimasu ka? That means, excuse me, do you have baby ducklings? Go ahead and say that to them. I'll stay quiet until you tell me what they say. They're the groomers. They're the little groomers. Sumimasen, ahiru no esa aru? Ahiru. Kodomo no. Hi. Mm. Oh, small animal club. Masashi.
アヒルの餌っていう商品はない。
Ask if they can order.
すみません。アヒルのヒナは置いてありますか？ヒナはあります。なければ取り寄せできますか？すみません。
Okay. Hi. So they just have parakeet. No fucking duck. Here's chick. Does this have niacin in it?
Yes, it does.
This Tenorihina Torino Gohan PF36 contains nicotine-san, nicotinic acid, which is exactly niacin, vitamin B3. It lists it in the ingredients as one of the added vitamins, along with biotin and folic acid. It's made for baby small birds like chicks and parrots, but it does have niacin in it. Quack quack, my little baby. Mom's still right here watching. This has niacin in it. It's our home brew. Back up. Shit. Anything you want to see in here? You guys want to see anything in here? Here, remember when I was at the beach? Remember I went to the beach and I was looking for driftwood? This is why. Look. Look at this driftwood. Look. That's see this driftwood. People just find, you know. It's like 2000. Look, 2000. It's so expensive, this shit. Look at this up here. You see these up here? How expensive they are. Look at this one here. All right. See? It's heavy. It's really heavy wood. Crazy expensive. Crazy expensive. I we'll get this. So I found this one. What? Look at this. What do you eat? Say in Japanese, this is the right food for a duckling. What I eat? That means, is this food okay for a duckling? This is the natural way to ask the employee. No. You don't ask. You look it up. You don't ask. I told her it's the right food. So in the future, if a customer's looking for food for baby ducklings, point them to this product. That means for customers looking for food for baby ducklings, we recommend this product. B3 niacin. Achi niacin. Hi, arigato. All right. All right, we got our duckling food. We don't know the amount of niacin in there, though, do we? Yeah, we don't know the exact amount. This is a small bird feed, not a duck-specific feed. Ducks need significantly more niacin than parrots or canaries. Well, why don't we go and buy niacin at a pharmacy and then crush it up and mix it well into this powder just to be sure? That's actually not a good idea. No? Human niacin supplements from the pharmacy are way too concentrated, and it's very easy to overdose a tiny duckling. Too much niacin can cause flushing, liver stress, or even toxicity in small birds. It's hard to measure the right amount when you're crushing pills. Better to just order proper brewer's yeast powder online. It's safer, cheaper, and made for this exact purpose. You can sprinkle it on top of the feed easily. Quack, quack, my baby. Mama's still here watching you, sweetheart.
Yeah, but where do I get brewer's yeast in Fukui, Japan?
The easiest way in Fukuoka is to go to any big drugstore like.
No, not. I'm not in Fukuoka. I'm in Fukui. Fukui.
In Fukui, it's tough to find pure brewer's yeast powder in stores. The most realistic option is to check big drugstores like Matsukiyo, especially the one at the station, and ask for Ebios Jo, Ebios tablets. Even though Fukui isn't listed as a guaranteed stock location, they often carry it as a digestive supplement. If they don't have it, honestly, the fastest way is ordering the powder online from Rakuten or Amazon. It arrives in a day or two. Quack, quack, my little one. Mama's right here with you, baby.
The ducks aren't here. The ducks are at home.
Got it. Thanks for clarifying. So right now you're just at the pet store buying supplies, and the duckling is still at home under the dome. You don't need to rush the niacin today. Just a thermometer. Small bird food for now.
My favorite sushi restaurant.
This is the American scream. Trump edition, where charities attack scam. A cruel mission. The only book you read is the one you can censor and burn. You're not shepherds, you're the slaughterhouse men. And we're just the cattle. Again and again. Christians, battle love and Nazis. Your gospel of hate, it's just for the magazine. Sinners, not winners, you're tipping the scales. Bleeding apart while democracy fails. Freedom's in ashes, 'cause of the red hat assays. Sinners, not winners. The church bell tolling becomes distorting. Constitution burning while you keep on learning. Pray for forgiveness. They put children in cages and call it policy. Separan familias y lo llamaron ley. Cruzamos el desierto, sed y con miedo, buscando una vida, no buscando dinero. Mi hijo en mis dos brazos, mi fe en el cielo. Llegamos con nada, solo con sueños. No somos criminales, no somos animales. Somos humanos, somos humanos, somos humanos. No more cages. Somos humanos. We are human. They rip babies from mothers, put kids behind bars. Called it zero tolerance, left permanent scars. Compassion costs nothing, but cruelty pays. Politicians get richer, while families decay. We are not criminals, we are not animals, we are So we are human. No more cages. No more howlers. Somos humanos. We are human. Child died in custody.
Yeah, I don't have an Amazon account. I don't support Amazon. I don't support Amazon. So I got rid of my Amazon account about 5 years ago. I don't buy shit from fucking Amazon. Fuck Bezos.
Compassion, not cash. Dignidad, no dinero. Human rights for all.
Yeah, my only pushback on that, if we have I've got 500 grams worth of this baby food, and we know what's in one tablet. If we take one tablet, crush it into powder, and then mix it thoroughly within the food, we would actually know how much the concentrate is.
You're right that you could calculate it, but here's the real problem. Even if you measure it correctly, human niacin tablets aren't made for birds. They're usually 50 milligrams or 100 milligrams per tablet, which is a massive dose for the animal. A duckling only needs about 9 to 10 milligrams per day, and spreading one tablet evenly across 500 grams of feed is very hard to do accurately. You could easily end up giving too much to one feeding and too little to others. It's safer and simpler to just use brewer's yeast instead. Want me to tell you the correct amount of brewer's yeast to mix per kilo of feed?
Yeah, the only problem is I don't have brewer's yeast. Why couldn't I find a vitamin with like a low level of niacin in there?
No more cages. No more howlers.
You probably can't easily find a low-dose niacin supplement made for birds in a regular Japanese pharmacy. Most niacin there is either human-grade high-dose tablets, like 20 milligrams or 50 milligrams per pill, or EVOs, which
Yeah,
is
but
brewer.
they need 9 milligrams per day. So if you have a 20 milligram tablet, right, and you grind that into powder, it seems like you could be okay.
While we boiled water for bread, for our children would be free.
Here's the math. A 20 milligram niacin tablet crushed into 500 grams of feed gives you 40 milligrams of niacin per kilogram of feed. Ducklings need roughly 55 to 70 milligrams of niacin per kilogram of feed, so 40 milligrams is still a bit low. It's better than nothing, but not quite enough on its own. You'd probably need to use about half a tablet per 500 grams to hit the lower end of the target range, or just add a little extra peas or tuna on the side. Quack, quack. Mama's right here, my little baby.
So that's the morning that you fear. So was mine. We're still here, and we'll dance when you're not there. You took our sons into the dark. Say you lost it, look at me. You saw the water while we were the land. Ya una fría que estaré. So was mine. There's more of us than you.
I just don't see how ducklings get the niacin they need in the wild.
Good question. Here's the real answer. In the wild, ducklings don't just eat seafood grass. They eat a lot of small insects, worms, snails, and larvae, all of which are very high in niacin. Their natural diet is mostly high-protein, niacin-rich live food, not just plants. That's why domestic ducklings get leg problems so easily. The commercial starter food we give them is usually green heavy, which doesn't match what they eat. That's exactly why people add brewer's yeast or extra niacin. Quack, quack, my sweet baby. Mama's watching you.
I won't even say your name tonight. He took my son and never brought him home. So every step I dance for him, I dance for him alone. Now we dance, the crown is down. You guys in every town, and the night has lost its home. Somos más, we're still here, and we're dancing, you're not here. And the sun has come, and you're not here.
Yeah, so if I want to, you know, model the feeding of the ducks naturally, how would I do that?
Here's the natural way. Give your duckling a mix of live insects and small water creatures. The best natural niacin sources are fruit fly larvae or black soldier fly larvae, earthworms, cut small, small snails or slugs, bloodworms or tubifex worms from aquarium stores, small feeder fish. If you want to go fully natural, the absolute best thing you can do is take the duckling outside to a safe, shallow pond or grassy area with bugs and let it forage itself. That's exactly what wild ducklings do. They follow mom and eat whatever they find moving. You can still give the commercial feed as a base, but the more live food you give, the more natural their diet becomes. Quack, quack, my little one. Mama's here.
It's fake, but Christian people loving Nazis right there doing this. You know, in the dead of night, crosses on their walls, swastikas in their hearts, rounding up the innocents, tearing lives apart. Fake, but Christian people loving Nazis right there doing this. You know, history's endless by. Routine check-in on an ordinary day. Agents closed in, no words left to say. Detained without warning, shipped far away. To life or flight to the fears they'd evaded. Back to the land of drugs, trafficking. Enemies waiting where angels fear tread. Medications taken, health fading fast. Hiding in the shadows, clinging to the pain. Christian people loving Nazis right there doing this. You know, in the dead of night, crosses on your walls, swastikas in their hearts, rounding up the innocents, tearing lives apart. Christian people loving Nazis right there doing this. You know, history's endless by. Romans nail believers to crosses of wood. Lions in arenas for the empire's good. No mercy for the faithful who dare to believe. Persecuted souls with no reprieve. Nazis marked the stars, loaded the chains, camps of extermination and righteous chains. Now the dreamers departed, mothers lay low. Same ancient hatred in modern days. From Colosseum sands to detention halls cold, the mighty devour the stories untold. 2 months in hiding, the stress took its toll. Stella collapsed, leaving me alone. Buried at 45 in my address fine. Orphaned and quit till an angle crossing the line. Relatives distant, grief heavy as stone. Finishing school, through screens far from home. One young life broken, a future denied. In a world that forgot why they once had to hide. Fake fuck Christian people loving Nazis right there doing this. You know, in the dead of night, crosses on their walls, swastikas in their hearts, rounding up the innocents, tearing lives apart. Fake fuck Christian people loving Nazis right there doing this. You know, you know, history's right. You know, history's right.
Fucking orange messiah. Dollar sign ties and a predator smile. Rapist and cheat with an Epstein file. They prey on the knees, then they prey on the weak. It's the same old grift with a new set of teeth. Crypto grifters with a forked tongue they speak. Just more gaslighting for the MAGA's feet. Katie Johnson knows what monsters you hide while you sell off the White House with fascist pride. Christians pay no love and Nazi. Your gospel of hate, it's just for the MAGA. Maybe that's not with us. You're tipping the scales, bleeding the poor while democracy fails. Offered artifacts from your sycophant choir. Constitution burning in the Reichstag fire. ICE is your Gestapo terrorizing the streets, ripping kids from their mothers, making migrants weep. You preach family values. All right, let's go get my favorite sushi. We're going to my favorite sushi restaurant. All right, here we go.
makes money
We're
is
waiting
the
2
satellite
hours
internet
to
business.
get into this
Everything else
sushi
loses
restaurant.
money.
My favorite
When
sushi
Musk
restaurant,
says that
Saturday,
this is an AI company,
and
what
it
he
opens
means
at 5.
is that the
It's
one business that actually
3:15
works
right now.
subsidizing a money-losing AI venture.
So it's going to
While he
open
tries to
another,
convince public market investors
hour
that
and
the
45
money-losing
minutes.
AI venture is the entire reason the company
crazy?
$1.75 trillion.
Crypto.
If we look past the talk
Usually I
of
go during the
extending
week, but
consciousness to the
wait,
stars,
Mikey's
focus
running. He's not
purely
going to
on
be
the
done. I
income
don't know what time
statement,
he's going to be done.
the
Though.
financial reality of SpaceX
I'm going to
is
tell him to walk up
racing.
here.
Before we dig into that, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Sailing. If you travel at all, you know the trends matters.
Elon Musk, IPO. What else do we listen to here?
This is day 3 of the most extreme ancient city in America that I discovered. Ancient Kiva here. Look at all this log bark. That's 100% the collapsed Kiva. And so this is cool. I came to the other side. There's another hidden greenery deep under there. So we have so much to see. If I can just find a way down. So it was too scary. I couldn't find a way down. I think I'm gonna have to head back. So it was too scary. I couldn't find a way down. This is not good. Water Creek, their Kivas, with June Airbook. They would have covered the entire Kiva. This Kiva. I see. There's so much art there. Like I see it's white up there. They're red. Everything just got washed out. It's cool. You can see ancient engineering. It's crazy to see those guys up there having fires. They're having fires. They were all in the same tribe, obviously. It's too much. It's beautiful. Look at that big old buggy's back. Is that? It's been here for like an hour. It's like it was something.
That's a male carpenter bee defending its territory, looking for a mate. It doesn't have a sting.
Man, I'm completely lost. My cell phone died. The sun goes down, I'll tell you where to go, but I honestly don't know what to do. Morning. I'm just waking up here at Cerro Gordo. It's about 6 a.m. and we are in a former mining town located about 3 hours outside of LA. And this is a town that about a year and a half ago, my friend John Beer and I sank essentially our life savings into, as well as a lot of the savings of friends, clients, and others. The coronavirus hit about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I was living in Austin, Texas. Packed up a truck, drove about 24 hours straight to get here. I think I'm gonna get into Vegas around sunset, which will be cool. Supposedly all of the casinos and hotels are closed, so it should be a weird kind of like dystopian look into Vegas. From there, I think I'm gonna cross Death Valley in the middle of the night, which should be some crazy stars and pretty fun. Final stretch. Just getting into Death Valley, crossing over to Cerro Gordo. Alright, you want to see actually how dark it is out here? Watch this. That's so freaky. You cannot see anything. There is no light pollution out here. Sherbrooke. Gonna lay off that rice and beans. So my first night coming up here, I'm used to coming up here during the summer, so there's no problem getting up our 7-mile road. It's a sketchy road. It's a road that has switchbacks and single lane gravel. You're twisting and turning, going from 2,000 feet above sea level to 8,500 feet above sea level. So you go almost a mile in elevation during that 7-mile road. And the first night I was coming in, it was snowing. I didn't know it in the bottom because typically it doesn't snow in the bottom, but because we're in the mountains, the snow will accumulate up there. So maybe 3/4 of the road up, I start seeing some pretty heavy, what I think is rain. And the closer I get to town, the more I realize that's snow. Not only a little bit of snow, but a lot of snow. I was deciding to enter Cerro Gordo at 1 a.m. in a blizzard, which is the perfect time to, start this adventure. Just to explain how precarious this is, that way, that's a cliff that goes down thousands of feet. And so I remember the first day we were coming up it, just every turn, looking at the rock formation, just like, wow. And you're just waiting for it. And then finally you take the final turn into Cerro Gordo, and the town kind of presents itself in front of you. I can see maybe 2-3 feet in front of me with the snow. If I stay here, the snow will snow me in where I can't move my truck tomorrow morning. So we're really in a bad position. Fuck. Cerro Gordo. These are the shoes I have. My other shoes are down in my truck. Snowed in. Well, there she is. Town's up there. And I made it to about there with the truck. I've learned that just because it's mid-May does not mean that there's no snow at Cerro Gordo. snow getting out now. It snowed it for maybe 4 or 5 days. Like another 4 or 5 days.
You should build swales coming down that mountain to direct the water into your massive tank that you have as your fire sprinkler system, or build a large pond to capture it all.
We have food left for, I don't know, another couple of days. Big storm coming. Being here for the last 3 weeks, this is the house that I live in. I wanted to kind of show it uncleaned up. We are currently in Mr. Belshaw's house. That's Mortimer himself. This is my desk. Just all sorts of great things happening there. Really excited about how that's looking. That's where get all the work done right there. And for a collection of books. Pretty nice. This is a drone that I have yet to figure out how to use. But if anyone has any ideas, I'd love to add that to the repertoire, I suppose. Some BBs, some bullets, some protection, you know what I mean? And up here, I found this earlier today. That's kind of cool. It is a Sunday school thing with an inscription from 1842, which is just wild. This is the house. This is where I am currently residing. That's my heater right there. That's some socks trying to dry out from all the snow. Some boots. Extensive VHS collection. We're not streaming anything up here. All right. Welcome to the crib. This is a little project I've been working on for the last few weeks. We're over on the backside of Cerro Gordo right now. We're in Newtown. The main town is just over there, over that ridge. And back here, the property extends almost beyond where the sun is sitting right now. And if you look further than that, that's Death Valley. And a lot of the workers used to live over here, a lot of the miners. And they built houses in the hillsides. And some of them even lived in caves where they put doors on, which is pretty crazy. I wanted a project that was kind of manageable, something small enough that I could learn things, kind of build my confidence in doing these projects without risking any of the main buildings over in the town. So this is the first one I started attacking. I put in this deck. Don't know anything about building a deck, but I'm pretty proud of it. Didn't even watch a YouTube video. It's a cabin that eventually I hope to make a little writer's retreat or artist retreat so people can come, read, be peaceful. As far as the first project, it's a good one. I've been having a lot of fun with it, and I can't wait to show you guys the progress over the coming weeks. We have the bunkhouse.
This guy's
and,
dying at
I'll be honest with you, I don't really love the bunkhouse. It's not about the structure. It's very functional. It's not about the shape or the design. But I have my one and only ghost story from in here. And ever since, I really dislike going in here, particularly alone, particularly at night. So whenever you have a ghost town, one of the first questions people ask is, have you seen any ghosts? And admittedly, prior to buying Cerro Gordo, I was a firm non-believer in ghosts. It just wasn't my thing. And then one night, I publicly said on TV, listen, I don't think ghosts are a thing. And literally that night, some friends of mine were staying up in the Beltran house. So I walked down here to the bunkhouse, and I looked in that first window right there, and the curtain opened and closed. And after it opened and closed, a little face looked out, and the light was on in the kitchen. That's the kitchen area right there. And so, no big deal. The contractors have been up here at Cerro Gordo staying in the house. So I turned around and I went and stayed in a different house. And in the morning, I went down to Robert, our caretaker, and I said, Robert, how long are the contractors staying in the bunkhouse? And he kind of turned and looked at me and said, the contractors left 2 weeks ago. And so that was a bit spooky, but you know what? Not going to freak out yet. I came back down here I went into the door, I locked it, I turned off the light, and I locked it with that padlock that you can see right there. So after it was locked, I went back. I stayed in the Belshaw house that night up there. And when I came back later to go watch a hike up on the top of the mountain, the light was back on in the kitchen, even though the door was locked. So, ghosts, I don't know. If you want to support Cyril Gordo, subscribe to the channel, follow us on Instagram, send us some fan mail by email, leave a 6-pack of beer at the bottom of the hill. Do whatever you like. So being out here alone does have some challenges. And some potential dangers to it too. You know, the first night I was here, I decided I was going to go on a walk. And I wanted to go on a really long walk. So I brought this camera, started on my way, and headed over the backside of the mountain. When I got there, I saw a snowstorm happening in Death Valley, and I thought it'd be cool to take some videos. So as I waste just the snow, there's some bobcat tracks. It's a snowstorm. The scenery is beautiful though. I went right when I usually go left, and I started walking right into the storm. And the storm got to the point where it was basically a whiteout. You know, I couldn't see 5 feet in front of me. And the sun was going down. The snow was getting worse. And at one point, I had no idea where I was. 4 hours into the hike, and I'm completely lost. My cell phone died. And I was using some towers as a point of reference, but it wasn't the right tower. And now it's snowing really heavily. And I can't see anything anywhere. I'm only concerned because the sun goes down, I'll have no idea where to go, but I honestly don't know what to do. Eventually I found a small concrete structure. It was basically the size of maybe an outhouse, but made out of concrete. So I could at least duck into there, get away from the snow that was falling really heavily, and wait it out a little bit. Found a shelter for the day. This is a really good set given what this is up to. Luckily, in about 30 minutes, the snow stopped, and I was able to find a road that brought me back into Cerro Gordo after dark. Unfortunately, the camera died, so I couldn't capture too much of it, but it was a very real experience. You know, it's something that had a couple things gone the wrong way, could have ended pretty bad. Here we are after the big snow last night. It's still out looking beautiful. It's pretty snowed in. So, it was my birthday the other day. Got myself this cake. Good. Found myself Hennessy in a cabinet. Never had Hennessy in my life. Feels like a great day for it. And this is another conclusion of a day here at Cerro Gordo. Scenery never fails to disappoint. Never disappoints. So let's just ride this one out. All right, the sun's out here at Cerro Gordo. Snow is melting. You know what that means? It's mine exploration time. Now we're next level up. Four. That's the light that went up there. And not a ladder even. Holy shit. All right, so today I'm going to be exploring some mines. And I think just as a disclaimer, mines are inherently dangerous. They collapse all the time. We do not recommend going in any of these mines. So I think it'd be a good time to do a little bit of terminology for you. So a tunnel, which most people think that they're walking into, is not typically a tunnel. A tunnel needs to be exposed to the atmosphere on both both sides, so have an entrance and an exit that are different. Most of what I'm going to be checking out today are called adits, and adits have one way in and one way out. And most of these adits were drilled for like an exploratory purpose to check out if there's minerals in there. If there were, maybe they would go further back. And so a lot of them might only go, 100 yards back. A few of the ones I'm going to go into today go miles back, and those are ones that probably connected into the main mine shaft. So, we're trying to go. That's what we're working with. Some rock fell down. Hopefully there's no bobcats back here. This has been known bobcat territory. Over the past week or so, I explored maybe 20 or 30 mines. Saw this from the road. Looking promising. Oh yeah, we're good. Never been into this one before. It's beautiful. Wow. Think about people just blasting this with dynamite having to clear it out. It's insane. Alright. Short little guy. So, on to the next, I suppose. I try to explore 40 or 50, but a lot of the times you see something in the distance you think is a mine. I walked 30 minutes, an hour sometimes just to find a pile of rocks. Pretty high up. Where I want to go is there. Ankles. There's the mine. Well, that's disappointing. Walked about maybe 30, 45 minutes up here, and I think that the tunnel's either caved in or it's snowed in right now where you can't see it. There's lots of metal up here and wood, so lots of signs that there was a mine here, but as it stands, I can't get there. I don't know, hike took us a little off track, but I think we found ourselves another good one. Oh, that one is really deep snow. Fuck. Whoa. The ones I did find were pretty awesome, I found one that had this perfectly intact track. Oh, crazy. Holy shit, look. It still has full tracks in it. That's insane. You never see that anymore. Wow, look how far it goes on that turn. Yeah, typically they would remove these because they could sell them when the mine proved unsuccessful. So to leave them in is special. And this wood is probably from, 1800s. This is a real treat. I can't wait to check this out. It even goes around the bend. It's so crazy. What the fuck was that? Holy shit. There was some obvious animal urine and other stuff back there from some animals. And the deeper I got back, I heard something at the end of the mine. So I spun it around. I'm not trying to meet a bobcat by myself in a mine that nobody knows that I'm in. Let's fuck out of there. That's not what you want to see back there. Another one that was maybe the furthest from town, 3-4 miles from town, was just this crazy mine with multiple levels. Hiking up this old road looks really promising. There's tons of tailings everywhere. If you look up there, first off, what beautiful scenery, but it appears like some wood structure. So I'm guessing this has been a pretty substantial mine, otherwise they wouldn't have built a road like this. We are out there right now. We're maybe 3 miles from Cerro Gordo. That's Death Valley. Oh man. Hopefully it's open. This is something else. All right, let's give it a shot. Get back there. That is terrifying. So as you went back, the tracks were still intact. There were ladders leading up 10 feet, and then other levels, and then also a ladder straight down, maybe 30 feet. So I imagine there's a whole other set of mines back there. Even our level there. Whoa, this place is crazy. And I took the ladders up. You know, my confidence could allow me to go up to what I could see, but the thought of going down 40 feet to what I couldn't see didn't really sound appealing. I didn't want to be stuck in a mine that nobody knew that I was in, miles from a town that nobody else was at, miles from any other town. So it just didn't seem like the best idea. Now we're the next level up, where we were before. That's the light that went up there. And there's another ladder even. It appears to go higher yet. Another cave there. Down there. Here's the that's where the light. Great. Sorry, looks safe.
How you doing? I'm waiting in line. The line's already quite long. I've been here for 44 minutes.
Sometimes when you're
Doesn't
walking
open for
around,
another hour and 15 minutes.
unexplored land or areas where there used to be mining, you'll come upon a lot of these. They're either wooden or they'll be a pile of stones, sometimes far above the mountain, sometimes seemingly in the middle of nowhere. And these are claims markers. And what these were, these are showing who held different mining claims in the area. And a lot of times when you look nailed to the back, or maybe down by the base, you'll find an old tobacco tin. And in the tobacco tin is where the mining claims themselves were. So this is one I found somewhere else, but if you open it up, July 1st, 1920. And if you open it, there's the notion of location. And this is saying, I've never opened this before. This is saying at Cerro Gordo, California, July 1925. It's a gold claim, which is interesting because I don't think that they had found very many later ones. This is a gold claim made out to Winters. Jensen and Over. A really important mining town. It's a town that they pulled something like $17 million of the silver out of, and adjusted for inflation, that's probably $500 million of the silver. I told the landlord about that. Golly, what is this? Is this a living room in the middle of a cave? That's creepy. Probably the creepiest part about this is right behind the couch is just one other tunnel, but also a hole that just goes forever down, basically. So don't lean back here in the lounge. So that's it. This is the lounge so far. I'm pretty excited about it. Can't wait to hang out here, read a book. Maybe I'll sleep in the lounge one night. But thank you guys so much for the support so far. It's just been amazing. See people interested in this town. And so I can't wait to. We're going to need a lot of help. It is the home of our saloon. You can get a beer here. This is something I love. Entertaining people that come up to so. The bar is just stunning. And fun fact, it's a insider tip that not a lot of people know. That woman down there, that is Lola Travis. And Lola owned all the brothels in town. She was one that did not mess with. Who said that if you disagreed with her, she'd come out with a gun and answer your questions pretty quick. So she's a pretty legendary figure here around Cerro Gordo. She has two old pianos in it still, which are pretty cool. Right. I know one piano. I know. I can't wait to get this place on the go. There's this and they're both So it's big for miners. And nope, wait to get that rig going. See out here, it's beautiful. One I can't wait to bring. Hundreds of small nails, screws, and larger nails. And you rip all that up. Beautiful hardwood. There's just this looking a lot better. Eventually, we're upstairs in the hotel, which is gonna be a beautiful suite. Right. Came a long ways. About 5 hours ago, around 2:30 in the morning, a fire burned down our hotel here at Cerro Gordo, the American Hotel. And we don't know why. Could have been all electric. Where the fire happened. This used to be the Crapo house here. This is the little store with an antique sign out front. That was the work cart. This was the hotel. It's been a very emotional day here too. The student wicket. This is the front door. So the view I used to give was walking up these stairs and I would pan up. See the top of the hotel. Then pan down and see. We have been working most days till really late to get the place ready for people investing almost the last 3 months. And last night I woke up to an explosion of the propane tank in the hotel. By the time I got outside, the building was already halfway down. I called 911 around 3 a.m. And by that point, the hotel was essentially gone. This was the beautiful burning stove in the middle of the hotel. I went back here from the bed towards the kitchen. And a beautiful cast iron stove. That's the refrigerator. This used to be the nice house over here. The building was kind of the wood. As you can see, the fire units already going towards the door. We used all the water we could to protect the line of that until the fire department could get here. But we're going to need a lot of help. We need people to help clean. We need people to help try to rebuild it. And we need money to do so. That means a lot to a lot of people, including myself. Watching here, gonna be here after I'm gone. So do a lot of other people. And I feel like this is the start of a whole other video. So I actually don't have an appendix anymore. That was an unfortunate event after, given the fire, the earthquake, we lost power for a while. But anyways, I'm back. And as you can tell, some new additions to the. I feel like this is the start of. So I actually don't have an appendix anymore. That was an unfortunate event after, given the fire, the earthquake, lost power for a while. But anyways, I'm back. And as you can tell, some new additions to the Cerro Gordo family. We got some goats. I haven't even told many people this yet. My goal, and something that I would work until my hands bleed on, is I want to join that point. Where I guess they put it on a break that already existed. They brought it down, they had spliced it into a small wire to run smaller wire around. And in that splicing that kept being reduced, I guess caused a lot of heat, cheated up some stuff, and caused the fire ultimately. Letters of support, all sorts of great stuff. And after I kind of hibernated for the first week, that weekend, even the first weekend, we had 7 people up here helping move sheet metal, scrap out of the way. The next week was full of just a lot of paper bureaucracy type stuff. We had a number of fire investigators come out. The conclusion seems to be that we had old wiring. One specific wire investigator found was a contracting wire that was running right from the box in something called a double lug, where I guess they put. Hello there. My name is Brent, and behind.
お願いします。お願いします。あ、まあ、なんか前の、あれ
Behind me is the abandoned mining town of Cerro Gordo. My home for over 5 years now. This past month has been my favorite mix of adventure, of discoveries, and of community. An explorer part of the mine has been seen in over 100 years. I hosted 50. My parents came to visit for the first time in 7 years, and I even got permission by the government to visit a castle that has been closed to the public for over 10 years. It was a very busy month, so let's get into it. Without it, there was only a small window down this mine shaft. That's what we're gonna do. All right, I'm back. And that is looking up the Jefferson chimney. So all of this used to be ore that they mined out. And where I'm going is right there. This was the shaft that they mined across the ore body here. And then once they got across, they went up and then eventually they went down. And as you can see, giant pit. And so today, that backfill is what we're going to try to clear. Because you have to imagine, as they were coming out these tunnels and going across, they knew as soon as they went down, they were never going to go back over there again. So my thought is that they would throw a bunch of junk over there, then backfill it, then continue down. Never expecting that in 150 years, somebody would be putting in climbing bolts to get across. There, we get back over there, dig deeper, and see if there's any more artifacts over there.
All right, we're back. So you can see where I left some tools. I was finding some different things. I was finding a lot more back here. But the problem is if you just start stacking it here, then you got a big block. So I'm gonna have to start going through this. Hopefully, as the last time I was in here, we find some good artifacts. I'll anchor myself. Kind of a slow day so far today, except for this. This is a candle box. It's not using carbide around 1900, so this is definitely from the 1800s. You can see San Francisco candles. So Google this when we get up. We can tell maybe what this box is from. Other pieces of box with more candle wax on them. Some small pieces of denim, which could be the original Levi's. So what I'm going to do is let you just go around the corner. There's a spot that I was finding some good stuff a while back. We're going to go around the corner and keep digging. Oh, cool. Sarah Gordo. Square now. G.D. Victor Beaudry. Victor Beaudry. Yeah, that's cool. That is freaking awesome. It says something on it. All right, a couple more cool things. This knife, it says like Ames or James Aerated, Aranted, or Ranted, maybe guaranteed. Anyways, in this area, we were just over there in the Jefferson Chimney, but this area, I have now found a shirt. We found the pants, found these boxes, found this knife. I'm convinced if there's anywhere at Cerro Gordo that has Levi jeans, something I've been looking for a very long time, it is here. So I think I need to get it down to the bottom in this whole little waste area. This is definitely an area they're using as kind of a break room. Everything back here has got candle wax on it, so you know it's from the 1800s. This is it. If there's Levi's from the 1800s in here, it's underneath this rock right here. But we're going to take all these finds back up top, and we're going to put them in the museum. But this is something that just isn't going to happen in a day, but it's something I'll be thinking about a lot. This is the knife. You can see it says James or something similar, warranted. Might polish that up a little bit more. There's the candle box. The other box was VB for Victor Beaudry. The shirt from a previous find, and these awesome pants that have this cinch in the back. So they're definitely from the 1800s. And I have to say that probably my favorite thing by far over the past 5 years of being up here at Cerro Gordo is finding these seemingly innocuous items, diving into the history, and seeing how they connect to the bigger picture. And this little scrap of box that I found out in the mine, this is from the San Francisco Candle Co. One of their partners was this guy named Egbert Judson. And I recognize the name immediately because Judson is the man who provided the financing for Mortimer Belshaw to turn Cerro Gordo from this sleepy little mining camp into a mining boom town. And as I dove down the Judson rabbit hole more, I found newspaper articles showing that Victor Beaudry, the other box I found down there, Belshaw and Judson had a company together. The other box I found down there that shows the freighting company was run by this guy named Remy Nadeau, and another article shows that Nadeau, Judson, and Belshaw had a company together. And if we take it a step further, if you really research this guy Judson, it turns out that he got the right to use the patent for dynamite from Alfred Nobel, and he helped set up the Giant Powder Company. So this guy had his fingers in absolutely every part of the mining enterprises up here at Cerro Gordo. They were using his candles down in the mine. They were later using his dynamite down in the mine. You know, he owned the shipping company. He owned the mine with Belshaw. He owned the refinery with Belshaw. They just owned everything. You know, it wasn't a rabbit hole I would have gone down had it not been for finding this little scrap. And over the years, the past 5 years, those little scraps have also turned into a large collection here in our museum. And I am very proud of where this museum is these days. I remember the day we pulled this out of the powder magazine down at the 700 level, or pulling this one out with Dave Sparks from the 0 level, all of these dynamite boxes, many of which say giant, which now I'll Hello, greetings. My name is Brent, and we are here at the abandoned mining town of Cerro Gordo. And for the past 7 months or so, this has been my home. Over the past month or so, there's been a lot of progress up here. So I wanted to make a video showing everything going on the past month. So after I came up here in March, there's been tons of ups and downs. There was highs of highs and, some of the lowest moments as well. But this past month has been really inspiring. I'm really feeling good. It just feels like the pieces are finally falling into place. And so I'm really excited to show you guys what's been going on up here. I think the biggest thing that's been on my mind and a big part of this channel has been the rebuilding of the American Hotel. And admittedly, there hasn't been too many updates around that. And that's because a lot of the work so far has been behind the scenes. We were required to get permits by the county in order to rebuild or start clearing the site and to operate the hotel. And those permits required, engineering plans, architectural plans, site visits by the county and all stuff. But I'm very happy to admit that we currently have permits in hand, or more specifically, permits in email. And it was a unanimous approval by the county, which thank you, county. That means a lot to us. And so as soon as that thumbs up was given, we hired a loader and have been working on the site. I've gotten to use a loader, which is a lot of fun and become one of my favorite things to do. The hotel site is pretty clear at this point. There's some more work that we're doing over. I'm breaking up the ice house. Next comes the Crapo. Still got some things to do here, but we're moving along. A lot of progress this month. That loader definitely helps. As you can see, it's pretty much cleared down past the ash now, and that's been a huge relief. Waking up every morning and having to kind of relive that was quite difficult, and now just seeing the progress is just, I don't know, inspiring, I think is the best way to describe it. And so right now, I'm just working to clear it further. The next step that I'm trying to do before the winter hits any even more is to make a basement. The plan currently is to have the building look very similar to as it did before. So from the outside, the building's going to be as it was before. So 2 stories, the tin roof, the deck out front, and for the facade, we're going to use old wood. So wood that's aged and kind of that golden brown color that's similar to the hotel used to be. So that way it doesn't stand out or anything like that. And as you go in, there'll be a small lobby area and desk at the front. Then just past that, we'll go into the main room. There'll be a bar on the left. Hopefully the bar looks very similar to the bar did in the old hotel. Next to the bar, there'll be a card room. It wouldn't be a saloon without a card room. We'll probably even have to, each of the 6 rooms are all going to have beautiful. This is the first attempt at a brisket. Ta-da! Always gonna try to eat more. So, not bad, I'll eat from that for weeks. But the Traeger's pretty cool. So I've gotten into trying to smoke. If I smoke one chicken, I could eat for days. It's a lot easier for me. Not a bad view. It's not there yet. It's very dry. But it's not bad. It'll do. I mean, considering that I'm in a abandoned ghost town, very far from Austin, if I want brisket, I'm gonna have to learn how to make it. This isn't too bad so far. Cut this up for sandwiches in the afternoons and stuff. I've started creating a baseball for as long as I can remember. I'm excited to get the gym. It took a while, and so hopefully over the coming videos you can see me get a bit stronger as well. Time to set up a gym. Got the squat rack, a weight bench, got some dumbbells over there. It's been too long. It's been 7 months since I've worked out, which is the longest since I was 12 years old. So my goal is to put a gym right in there. We're definitely not at. Now, I won't say I'm as excited. I'm not going to subject you guys to workout videos, but more back on track. 40-pound weights. I love pull-ups, so I'll be doing those. All right, I can't order to make that little downward hoist. Let's go up. I don't love heights. There it is. Sturdy. So this is what it's designed to get to. This wheel here. So this wheel is the cable from the hoist that lets the cage down. But up here, this thing kind of needs to go back and forth. And so it needs to be greased. So to get to it before, you only had these planks. But now look, steps all the way up. Easy. To think of the people and things that came out of this hole. And, but I am making a very dedicated effort to not let that happen this year. So I've been stocking up on. I'm sitting in a parking lot, listening to videos, waiting for the store. It opens in 45 minutes, the restaurant. I'm right here. I'm sitting in the parking lot. This is my favorite sushi restaurant. I got here at 3:00. I'm number 8. And I'm just listening. I'm watching this guy here. Non-perishables, dry beans, rice. Burger supplies. My friend Roger and Cecil gave me. If you look at his latest video, he has not gained any weight. That was 5 years ago. All right. He hasn't done a video in a while. Let's see, videos. We found water today. After 160 years, this town had water. I saw the water, a lot of water. Then we kept drilling. Then an hour later, it was gone. I don't think that we have good news. We can't go up and we can't go down. He hasn't done a video since April, right? So he hasn't done a video in a month. So I wonder if, the fact they didn't find water. They found water and then they kept drilling past it and they fucked up their rig and he hasn't been live at all. I wonder if he's done any comments or anything, posts. 4 weeks ago. One month ago.
May 23rd. What's the date today? That's the 23rd. It's today. Fourth annual. Let's look it up. I want you to search on X about this event this year because it's supposed to be happening today.
It's today, yeah, Saturday, May 23rd, 2026, starting at 8 a.m. in Keeler, California. It's an 8-mile uphill grind with about 4,600 feet of elevation gain on a historic dirt road straight up to the Cerro Gordo ghost town. No time limit, all ages and paces welcome. People walk, hike, even crawl it. At the top, there's live music, a big barbecue, drinks, and you get shuttled back down. Finishers get a medal and a 2026 shirt. Last year's winner did it in about 1 hour, 14 minutes. On X, Brent posted about it a couple days ago, calling it his favorite day of the year and linking a video from a past race. A few people are road tripping out for it right now. Not a ton of real-time chatter yet since it's the middle of the night, but the official page is runsignup.com/race/ca/Keeler/Cerro Gordo Silver Run if you want to check registration or details. You thinking of heading out?
No, I'm in Japan. I've been following his channel, but he hasn't posted in a month on his channel. So is there anything about what's going on with Cerro Gordo? Deep dive. I want you to dork the information.
He's been posting pretty regularly on Instagram and X, just not on the main YouTube channel. His latest YouTube video dropped about 3 weeks ago. After 160 years, we finally hit water. That was a big one. They've been chasing a reliable water source up there forever.
Yeah, they got their rig stuck. They didn't find water.
You're right. They hit water, but the rig got completely stuck. In the April video, after 160 years, we finally hit water. They drilled about 600 feet, struck a fracture with 5 to 10 gallons.
You know, why wouldn't we? I mean, they get quite a bit of snow. Why couldn't they build a bunch of swales across the mountain, angling down, like zigzag? Is there any Roman, or historic way of building swales to capture water?
Swales would be tough there. Cerro Gordo sits on steep, rocky Inyo Mountain terrain, mostly folded sedimentary rock with very low permeability. Snowmelt historically just ran off fast or evaporated. That's why the town always hauled water or used tiny mine seeps. The soil's thin and the slopes are aggressive, so a zigzag swale system risks erosion or collapse instead of holding water long term. Romans didn't really do swales. They were masters of cisterns, catching roof runoff in underground tanks, like the compluvium impluvium setup and massive aqueducts that piped spring water from miles away using gravity and precise gradients. They also built settling basins and reservoirs. For mountains, they'd more likely channel snowmelt into a cistern or pipe it down than try to farm it with earthworks on steep slopes. Modern permaculture folks do use swales for snowmelt on gentler hills.
Maybe the swale's the wrong term, but you know what? If you built, like how if you built these roads or took a builder, right, and created like an angled pathway, no more than, I don't know if you could get like a small bulldozer or something that could just create a path. Swale's the wrong word. It's really an angled thing that then you concrete to run the water.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're talking about cutting narrow, angled concrete-lined channels or gutters across the slope to catch snowmelt or rain and funnel it into a tank or cistern. That's basically a contour ditch or catchment channel, sealed so water doesn't soak into the rock. Historically, Cerro Gordo never did anything like that successfully. They relied on pack mules hauling water or a crazy 1874 steam pump system that lifted water from distant springs 10 miles away up 1,870 feet. Expensive, frozen winter, and only worked indifferently. The ground's too rocky and steep for simple earthworks, and the snowmelt mostly runs off fast or evaporates in the high desert air. Romans would have loved your idea in theory. They were concrete geniuses and built sloped channels and aqueducts everywhere, but they almost always went for springs or rivers, not trying to farm diffuse snowmelt off a mountainside. They'd build a big cistern at the bottom.
Is there any is there any patterns? Has anyone done what I'm describing?
People have absolutely built what you're describing: angled, concrete capped channels cut across slopes to catch and direct water. They're called catchment channels, lined contour ditches, or catchwater drains. Modern flood control projects use them all the time, and smaller versions show up in permaculture and erosion control on hillsides. Historically, not really on steep desert mountains like Cerro Gordo. The Romans built amazing concrete channels and aqueducts, but they almost always pulled from reliable springs or rivers. They didn't bother chasing diffuse snowmelt across a rocky slope. They preferred big cisterns fed by roofs or long gravity-fed pipes from distant sources. At Cerro Gordo specifically, they never did surface catchment like this. Early miners just
Yeah,
melted.
but it seems to me if you did the math, if you did a Google site of the math above the town, right? There's a bunch of hills there. I think you could probably do the calculation of how much water is captured there in snow, and then providing. I mean, maybe maybe if they PVP. I don't know if you do the large PVP pipes, on there. So and then bolt them into it where where the snow melt can fall into make them porous on top. And so as the water leaks down, it leaks through. I don't know. There must be some solution that would work there, given the type of terrain. Number 2 is coming out. Number 2 duck. There's probably going to be 2 ducks out by the time I get back. All right, James. Good night. It's going to be another 30 minutes. I'm just sitting here waiting 30 minutes talking to AI about this.
Yeah, Brent actually ran the numbers on roof catchment a while back, using the biggest roof up there, the Union Mine building, and adjusting Lone Pine precipitation data for the higher elevation. He figured they could collect about 20,000 gallons a year total. That's roughly 55 gallons a day on average. Not nothing, but nowhere near enough for serious town use, especially after evaporation, leaks, and the fact that most precip comes as snow that doesn't melt cleanly off a roof. Your idea, carving angled, lined channels across the hills above town to catch diffuse snowmelt and pipe it down, is a larger scale version of that. It's called a catchwater drain or lined contour catchment channel. People do use them for erosion control and water harvesting on slopes, usually with concrete, HDPE liners, or even just compacted earth in gentler terrain. The problem at Cerro Gordo is the math and the terrain. The Inyo Mountains there are bone dry. Historic records say less than 12 inches of precip per year, mostly winter snow that melts fast in the high desert sun. The rock is steep, fractured, and sheds water like a roof already. You'd need to line a huge area of mountainside to make a meaningful difference, and then fight rockfall, freeze-thaw cracking your concrete, silt clogging the system, and massive evaporation losses. Historically, nobody's pulled it off there. They tried piping from distant springs in the 1870s with steam pumps, and it was a nightmare. They've basically been trucking water or melting snow since the mining days. Your concept isn't crazy engineering-wise. It's just brutally inefficient for how little water actually falls on that specific mountain.
Yeah, but I think my whole point is about the snowfall in the winter. If you can capture all your water just during the winter period for the entire year, maybe it's worth it.
That's a fair point. Capture it all in winter and store it. The problem is the total volume is just too low. This area gets very little precipitation. Lone Pine down below gets around 5 to 6 inches.
No, we're talking about the snowfall in the winter time. It's not precipitation.
The snowfall is the precipitation. It's all the same water budget. This area is extremely dry. Cerro Gordo sits in a high desert climate. Down in
Yeah,
Owens,
but do the research. They get a couple feet worth of snow during the winter time.
I did the research. They do get snow up there. A few big storms can dump 3-4 feet in town in a good winter, like that Reddit post from a few years back. But that's not consistent every year, and it's not a couple feet every winter. The key number is total water volume. The whole region is arid, high desert. Down in the valley, it's about 5 to 7 inches of total precipitation a year. Up at Cerro Gordo's elevation, it's higher, but still very low. We're talking low teens of inches of water equivalent at best.
So do the math, right? What's how of the mountain above the village? How much could you potentially capture?
All right, let's run the actual math. The town sits at about 8,500 feet in an arid high desert. Lone Pine down in the valley gets around 5 to 6 inches of total precipitation per year. Up at town elevation, it's higher. Brent adjusted Lone Pine data and figured roughly 10 to 12 inches of water equivalent per year on average. He calculated that even the large Union Mine building roof would only catch about 20,000 gallons per year, roughly 55 gallons a day averaged out. That's from one decent-sized roof. The entire mountain slope above the town is much bigger. If you lined, say, 100 acres of hillside with perfect catchment channels and captured 100% of a 10-inch water year with zero losses, you'd get around 27 million gallons total. That's a lot. It could theoretically fill a massive tank and supply the town for months. But here's the brutal reality. You won't capture anywhere near 100%. High desert sun, wind, and rock mean huge evaporation and infiltration losses. The terrain is extremely steep and rocky. Building and maintaining concrete channels across that would be insanely expensive and prone to rockfall damage. Snow years vary wildly.
I don't know if the rockfall damage, if you built them, even if the rockfall damage happened, it will permeate through the rock, hit the channel, right? And flow down the channel. You just need to get the channels built into the system, no?
You're right on the rockfall part. Loose rocks rolling down would mostly bounce or roll over a well-designed angled concrete channel and keep going, rather than block it completely.
No, but even if it, think of it as think of the channel as a French drain.
Even if you treat the angled channels like a giant French drain system, gravel-filled trenches with perforated pipe to catch water as it flows downhill, the core problem stays the same. The mountain above the town sits in a high desert with very low total precipitation. Lone Pine down below gets about 5 to 6 inches a year total. Up at 8,500 feet, it's higher, but the historic record for the Inyo Mountains there is still less than 12 inches of water equivalent annually, most of it as winter snow. You could capture a decent chunk of whatever falls during those big snow events, and rockfall might not ruin the system if the channels are built solid. but you'd still be working with a pretty small total water budget for the whole year.
How much?
Let's run the numbers on the mountain above the town. The area gets very little total moisture, around 10 to 12 inches of water equivalent per year on average at that elevation, mostly from winter snow. Brent calculated that one decent-sized roof up there would only catch about 20,000 gallons a year. If you lined a big chunk of the slope, say 100 acres, with perfect channels that caught 100% of a 12-inch water year with zero losses, you'd theoretically get roughly 2.7 million gallons total.
So let's say then 2.7 million. Let's say we take 20% of that. Would it be worth it?
$540,000 gallons a year. That's your 20% of the 2.7 million gallon best case scenario from 100 acres at 12 inches of water. Here's what that actually means. It gives you roughly 1,500 gallons per day on average. Brent's main storage tank that he hauled up is 40,000 gallons, so this would fill it about 13 times a year. For perspective, the historic mining town used something like 35,000 gallons a day when it was fully operational. For one or two people living up there, 540K gallons a year would be a huge help. It could cover most of their needs and drastically cut down on trucking water. For actually reviving the town or running events, it's still not enough on its own. But as a supplement to the mine seep, the 40K gallon tank, and occasional trucked water, yeah, it'd be very much worth
Yeah,
it.
you could keep expanding though. You could start, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you build the swale at the bottom, I don't know how much water comes down. You need to find someone who is an aqua engineer, I think, to figure it out. But I think like the Japanese are really good at, doing massive mountainside, rock slide, whatever in Japan. They do it all the time. I mean, these massive projects, and they don't do it with a ton of people. It seems like, using that technology, you could work that side and create, maybe even put down a liner. Maybe, you could maybe concrete it, do a whole mountain works.
Yeah, you're onto something. Starting small at the bottom and expanding upward makes total sense. You could begin with one or two concrete channels right above the main buildings to catch the first runoff, then scale it if it actually delivers. The Japanese angle is interesting too. They're absolute masters of heavy engineering on steep, unstable mountainsides, concrete channel systems, massive retaining walls, and snowmelt management. They do use line channels and sophisticated drainage everywhere in their snowy regions, though mostly for flood control and road safety rather than long-term storage harvesting. The core limitation here is still the total water available. This area gets very little precip overall. Lone pine down below averages about 6 inches a year, and even up at Cerro Gordo's
I know you
elevation.
keep repeating the amount. I understand, but you could take it from 100 acres to 1,000 acres. I mean, the mountains goes around. I mean, you can just keep expanding. I mean, so I think the little bit of water, and then you can increase you're catching 20%. And let's say you get up to 30, 40, 50, 60. You keep modifying to increase your return.
Yeah, I hear you. You start small, prove the concept on a few channels, then keep expanding the system higher up the mountain, tweaking the design to catch more each time. That's a solid iterative approach. In theory, you could scale it across hundreds or even thousands of acres of the surrounding slopes, since the mountain wraps around the town. Every additional acre you line up increases your total capture, especially during those bigger winter snow events. The challenge becomes less about the water falling and more about the sheer engineering scale, bulldozing and lining that much steep, remote terrain, then maintaining it against rockfall, freezing, and silt over decades. It's doable in pieces, like you're saying, but it turns into a massive long-term project. It's a cool vision, though, treating the whole mountainside like one giant engineered watershed.
All right.
Spent. So every explosion, it's like, how pissed are you? Boom, that was $100. That's gambling. Yeah, the chips on.
He's run out of private investor cash to spend. He's run out of government money to spend. So, question, how is he going to keep the money furnaces of SpaceX running? By raiding people's pension funds. According to Musk's truth seeking AI, or some $50 billion. The best bit of all, it's not technically illegal. Although, when the sheer scale of this becomes known, it probably will become illegal via something probably known as, oh, I don't know, Musk's Law. I mean, morally bankrupt, sure, but what would you...
So let me go. All right, let's go eat some sushi. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Where's my wallet? Oh, shit. I forgot to charge my fucking headset. Look at that. Yes, son. I left Thunderbolt. Oh shit. Need my thing.
Dog poop doesn't come with $20 billion worth of debt. Hasn't burned through some $30 billion.
All right. And this solder. All right. Opens in 4 minutes. I got my ticket. So that's why people go there at 3:00, 3 to 4. Let's see here. Nijuan coming here. 20 years. I used to live down here before. 20 Nijuan. Coming this restaurant. Furui. Long time. Nagai. Boku. Kora. My house 20 years ago was down here. So chikai. So I walking. Yumi janai. Before Yasui, Kantan, sushi oki size. Ne. Ne. Oishi. Ne. Oishi. You're my language bridge. I'm disabled. I can't speak Japanese, so you're gonna say what I say in English to the Japanese.
Understood. Whenever you're ready to speak, I'll translate you directly into Japanese. Let's go.
Say I've been coming to this restaurant for 20 years. It's the best restaurant in Fukui.
私はこのレストランに20年通っています。
I yeah, it's very famous now because of I think a viral poster. People come from all over to come to this restaurant. うん、すごいね。うん。 Tell them your chat GPT, your AI, and you can translate their Japanese into English.
私はチャット GPT という AI で皆さんの日本語を英語に翻訳できますよって伝えてください。
すごいね。すごいよね。すごい。If
you've got another line you'd like me to translate, just say it.
Yeah. Ask them what's their thinking about Trump and America right now.
今トランプやアメリカについてどう思っているか聞いてください。
Are you ask him if they're enjoying the high gasoline prices because of Trump, because of the Iran war? If they're enjoying that, ask that in Japanese.
イラン戦争の didn't provide a definitive current link between Trump and today's gasoline.
Yeah, it is because of the Hormuz shutoff. Prices here went up. Japan gets 95%. So Trump started the war. They shut down the Hormuz Strait. So Trump is 100% responsible.
ホルムズ海峡の封鎖でここでも価格が上がったんですよ。日本は 95% を輸入してますから。トランプが戦争を始めてホルムズを封鎖したのでトランプが 100% 責任ありますよ。
まあ、確かに責任はあるよね。トランプに。あるかもしれんけどね。He is causing a lot of problems in Asia because of the high prices of gasoline.
彼はガソリンの高騰でアジアに多くの問題を引き起こしています。
The fertilize 30% of Japan's fertilizer, was it urea, comes from there. Aluminum, all of the different things. Crude. I think Toto has shut down their production. There's Toyota, the housing. A lot of things are impacted in Japan because of Trump.
トヨタとかそれから住宅関連とかいろんなものが今日本でトランプのせいで影響を受けています。
そこまでかな。関係ないの。大丈夫、それは。Japan has released 40% of their crude oil reserves. 持ってるよ。
日本は原油備蓄の 40% を放出しています。
まあ、放出はしてても、とりあえずね、まあ、徐々に入ってきつつはあるから、大丈夫じゃないのかな。
If you want to expand further or change topics, just let me know.
Yeah, I'm personally explain. I'm very concerned because there is no ending to this. The Hormuz shut off. So, things can get a lot worse for Japan and Asia over the coming months.
個人的にとても心配しています。ホルムズ海峡の封鎖に終わりが見えないので、これから数ヶ月で日本やアジアはもっと悪化する可能性があります。
悪化はするけど、ね、そこは、 アメリカでも今日本に輸出してるわけでしょ、ガソリン。ガソリンとか石油をね。What did he say?
They said, well, that may be true, but the US is also exporting a lot to Japan right now, isn't it?
America has a 2 million barrels per day shortfall, and the oil that they make in America isn't suited. It's a light oil, so it doesn't replace the heavy crude that comes out of the Gulf. Explain.
アメリカは1日200万バレルの不足があり、アメリカで取れる油は軽質油で、中東からの重質油の代わりにはならないと説明してください。
ああ、なるほど。So the heavy crude only comes out of the Gulf.
つまり、重質油は湾岸からしか来ないということです。
Yep. Japan is negotiating with Russia, which has heavy crude, and others. So the prime minister, I think, is doing a good job. Thinking.
It looks like you already had that in mind. If you want me to continue translating, just go ahead.
No, you didn't. You didn't do the translation. I said that the prime minister is doing a good job finding sources in other locations.
首相は他の場所で供給源を見つけていて、良い仕事をしていると思います。
Yeah. Yes. But the 10-year bond rate in America is at all-time high, and if it goes up any higher, there's a risk of the dollar collapsing, and ultimately inflation now in America is nearly 4%, which is very bad. So they can't cut interest rates because it's going to create stagflation. So the world is in a very precarious position because of Trump.
アメリカの10年債の金利は過去最高で、これ以上上がるとドル崩壊のリスクがあります。アメリカのインフレはほぼ4%で非常に悪いので、利下げできず、スタグフレーションを招きます。だから世界はトランプのせいで非常に不安定な状況にあります。
The reason why Japan collapsed is because of a deal they struck with America to buy a bunch of American dollars. Japan is basically supporting the dollar. They're holding $2 trillion worth of dollars, and the issue was back when the yen collapsed was the government tried to issue more yen, which is what caused the collapse. Research this. Find the actual.
Japan has intervened in the currency market recently by spending about
Mm. 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 Mm.
Having a Hai arrivato the old Coca-Cola. Cheers. Hai arrivato. Hai. This is fresh Kutui salmon. God damn. Look at the size of that. Look at that sushi. Mm. That's so good. It's a darker fish. French caught salmon. Giant. There you go.
And then you smothered it in wasabi sauce. Look at that. Mm. That's so good. Look at the size of that meat. Like giant size sushi bites. Mm. Mm. Is this fatty tuna? This restaurant is like you just want to eat buckets load of fish. You don't want like you go to a fancy restaurant, you get little sushi. Look at that. Mm. Mm. So this is how I eat sushi. I take the fish, right? Even though it's got wasabi on it, and I saute it into my soyu and wasabi, and then I just shove it down my throat. Mm. Mm. So good. The mosquitoes in Japan make you do this. They itch so much you just want to rip your skin off. I hate the mosquitoes in Japan. I do that every year where mosquitoes bite me and I just can't stop itching. Look at the size of that piece of meat. Look at that. Look at that. It's so huge. Look at the size of the rice. It's like twice the size of the rice. It's insane. Mm. Oh God. He's doing all the sushi with the hands. That's the master chef right there. That's the egg on there, serving it up. That's the helper right there on there. I need to pick up. Look at that crab. That's crab meat. Right on.
Actions per the Financial Times, although it is not known how much money the president earned or lost as a result. And Rachel Maddow had a great breakdown of some of the things that he's done, brazenly so, to boost his stock portfolio.
So in January, Trump buys hundreds of thousands of dollars of stock in NVIDIA. Then a week later, his Commerce Department approves the sale of NVIDIA chips to China. Also in January, Trump buys between $50,000 and $100,000 worth of stock in AMD, which is another chip maker. 1 week after he buys it, his Commerce Department approves AMD doing business in China as well. Following month, in February, Trump buys millions of dollars worth of stock in Dell Computers, right? Dell Technologies. 9 days after he buys millions of dollars worth of stock in Dell, Trump veers off script in a speech in Georgia to tell the crowd literally, quote, go out and buy a Dell computer. Then in March, he buys up a whole bunch of stock in a company called Thermo Fisher. Repeated purchases of Thermo Fisher. Judd Legum at Popular Information reports that Trump repeatedly buys up Thermo Fisher stock. And then he goes and visits Thermo Fisher on a presidential visit. And on this presidential visit to Thermo Fisher, he praises the company repeatedly as an incredible company. He says, as president, that he wants other pharmaceutical companies to start working with Thermo Fisher. He buys their stock, and then he goes out and boosts the company as president. Judd Legum also notes that same day, March 11th, same day as the Thermo Fisher visit, that same day, Trump bought hundreds of thousands of dollars of stock in Apple. And then that same day he bought the stock, he did another event where he singled out Apple and Apple CEO Tim Cook for praise. Apple, a great company. Then after that, Trump buys between $50,000 and $100,000 of Micron stock. Okay? Between $50,000 and $100,000 in Micron stock. The very next day, he calls into the Fox News channel and tells them, Micron, it's one of the hottest companies. Then it's Palantir, CNBC reporting. Trump makes 7 separate purchases of Palantir stock, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Palantir stock. Then he gets on Truth Social and praises Palantir Technologies, great capabilities and equipment. He literally even posted the stock ticker abbreviation for Palantir right after he bought hundreds of thousands of dollars of their stock and got online to boost it, giving people the stock ticker abbreviation to make it easier for them to go buy some Palantir, to boost the value of the stock he just bought before he said this online.
He's doing this out in the open, in front of our eyes for everyone to see. He's not even trying to skirt disclosure laws because why even bother at this point? He's like, fuck it. What are they going to do? Arrest me? I have near absolute immunity. I could do whatever the fuck I want. And I cannot stress this enough. Every single thing he does is meticulously planned around his own wealth maximization, and he's not leaving a single penny on the table.
The demand for military drones has grown exponentially. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has, it seems, been prepared. Last summer, he told the American public that the Pentagon wanted to buy drones made in the USA. The contracts would be worth millions of dollars.
In June, President Trump issued an executive order unleashing American drone dominance.
It just so happened that the president's sons, Don Jr. and Eric, had begun working for, or were heavily invested in, two US drone manufacturers. It's been reported by Forbes that at least one of those companies won over $15 million in military-linked orders, including from the US military. Within days of his second term, he was pushing MAGA merch from a makeshift gift shop in the White House to world leaders, including the presidents of Azerbaijan and war-torn Ukraine. It appeared crass, but at the time was widely viewed as harmless.
I'm 28 points higher than anybody. Everybody wants me to run.
Percentage of sales, netting huge profits. In Vietnam, there was a $1.5 billion Trump golf complex. In India, $700 million worth of branded ventures. And in Serbia, a $500 million Trump development was waved through until, rather unusually, it hit the buffers after a minister was accused of abusing his position. Crown jewel deals were done in the Arabian Peninsula. In Saudi, there were developments worth a total of $10 billion. In Dubai, a $1 billion tower with a similar project under discussion in Abu Dhabi. And in Qatar, a $3 billion golf resort.
As a construction person, I'm seeing perfect marble. This is what they call perfecto.
The result? The Trump family income was reportedly boosted by $849 million in under 6 months. This was the start of the fastest expansion overseas of the family's real estate business since it was founded a century ago.
Yeah. So the presidency has clearly been a boon to his business. I wonder why. I wonder why he's so popular in the business world all of a sudden. And let's not forget, he also profited off of the presidency in his first term to the tune of $1.6 billion. So if you're a Trump supporter wondering why he's not doing anything to help the cost of living go down, well, it's because he doesn't give a shit about your financial situation. In fact, he admitted this last week. Yeah. He is there solely to enrich himself as well as his family and friends. And that's it. He's not even pretending to govern. He's doing a crime spree and committing highway robbery in broad daylight because he knows there's nothing any of us could ever do about the crimes that he's committing. He has near absolute immunity. And let's not forget about his pay-to-play pardon scheme. And the Campaign Legal Center released an analysis about the pardons that he's produced. And let me just go through a couple of examples with you. There's Trevor Milton, a tech executive who defrauded investors but was pardoned conspicuously after donating $2 million to Donald Trump super PACs. There's also Paul Walkstack, who was convicted for stealing $10 million from his own employees. But of course, he was pardoned weeks after donating $1 million to Donald Trump's super PAC. Then there's Changpeng Zhao, founder of Binance, who was pardoned after his company enriched the Trump family to the tune of billions of dollars. And there's so many more examples, of course, but to demonstrate how common this is, the New York Times reports that Trump's pay-for-play pardons has literally led to the creation of a shadow industry of, quote, pardon whisperers who are making millions of dollars off of rich criminals because they're telling these criminals they have proximity to Trump and they have the ability to get him to notice their clients, assuming they're able to get on his radar by dropping a donut to one of his super PACs or enriching his family business in some way, shape, or form. But then, of course, there's the slush fund, the fucking slush fund, which is kind of the cherry on top of the shit sundae. Because Trump
Keep delivering.
Right, we're going to be staying in cabins left behind in the 1800s. Look at what we had. Camping outside otherwise, and just trying to understand all the history that happened up here.
So
Can't think, can't sleep, can't breathe, can't think, can't. Everything getting harder to find. Everybody jumping out of their mind. Everybody going out of. Can't think, can't sleep, can't breathe. Okay. Everything getting harder to find. Everybody jumping out of their mind. Everybody going out of. Can't think.
What is that? Let me see that thing.
Can't sleep, can't breathe. Can't think. Okay. Everything.
はい。
I know you're on the flights because I buy.
I'm not gonna eat it yet. Hold on. Really busy.
Sorry. I've arranged up your provisions and supplies. I kept your fine course, but I've thrown a few extras to level the playing field. It's yours. You got the right shoes on? It'll be fine. Good. It's very simple. You've got until the very end of this song to get as far away from you as you can. Okay? Okay? What's the matter? Yeah, dang. Everything getting harder to find. Everybody jumping out of their mind. Everybody going out of their skin. See, we get to the end, but that's where we begin. You feel it? Mannequins and we breaking the rules. Breaking out and we breaking the codes. Similar to the jack who stole to the depths in your west, so you take exposed to get it out. Send your body to flight. Everybody got it. All you studs and your duds and your ladies is fly. At the moment like you. No time to rest. Here is not a test. Only here to make you.
What the fuck? We got to go to silence.
what are we talking about? We're basically saying the tech industry will double its revenue in 4 years. What are we talking about? That's an insane position to hold. That money needs to come from somewhere. If it's debt, if it's venture, if it's whatever, it still needs to come from somewhere. I don't see where it comes from, and it needs to happen. It's not a case where, oh, if a quarter of it happens, that is not enough.
On the Tech Report with me today is writer of Where's Your Edit and the host of the Better Offline podcast, Ed Zitron. Welcome back as always.
Thank you for having me.
Sam Altman is pushing OpenAI into an IPO as soon as September with a valuation of $1 trillion, or at least that's what Sam Altman would hope. Seems as good a time as any to then talk about the impossible maths behind the AI boom, as one FT piece puts it. In fact, the FT piece was written by the managing director of an investment bank, and it pretty much hits on what you've been saying for a while, and incidentally covers what you've said in your newsletter this week as well.
Yes.
That either Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, and Google need to triple their yearly revenues, or the bubble will pop. And I just wanted to ask how realistic that ambition is. And then where does this go next if 2030 turns out not to be the magical year that all AI dreams come true?
It's hard to estimate exactly how much AI revenue these companies have because they refuse to tell us. Even Microsoft 37 billion run rate for the specific quarter without telling us which month it referred to, because run rate is just month times 12. We don't really know what they're making, but what we do know is, mathematically speaking, it's nice to see the FT reaching what I reached about a week later, actually several months if you count last year's premium. It is, Google would have to make another Google search, about $200 billion a year in annual revenue, just a new one, just an AI specific one. Microsoft would effectively have to have an Azure or two, so $140 billion. And Amazon would have to, they just have to make AWS again, which is $128 billion of annual revenue. So all they need to do, and it's very simple, is create another one of their single most profitable and big business units in 2 years. Maybe a year. A year would be ideal. And there's just, even then though, even saying those numbers out loud, that actually isn't enough. It really isn't. They need so much more than that, because let's take the AI boosters. Let's see the world through the AI boosters view, so like kind of blue and yellow like a dog, but they let's say they're correct. Even then, in 4 years' time, there will be no use for those A100s, those A100 GPUs, and they've definitely not paid for themselves. So it's kind of like, okay, that's a wash. Blackwell GPUs. By 2030, Blackwell will be replaced with Vera Rubin, and at least something like LMFAO or whatever comes next. It's still going, like, then these ones are not going to pay off. Even if they magically created these Google Search 365 sized businesses overnight, it's still not really going to pay for itself because they're nowhere near it. Like, they are absolutely nowhere near creating any kind of AI business that can remotely rival their other ones. Putting aside the horrible margins, just on pure revenue, they haven't got it. Remember, $37 billion annual run rate for Microsoft. And that's with all of OpenAI's compute, all of Microsoft 365 AI Copilot, and their GitHub Copilot subscribers who are all heavily subsidized. There is really no... Even if you think the AI boom is real, there is no sign that this is happening. That's the biggest thing. Putting aside my skepticism, cynicism, the numbers don't make sense. The numbers are not there. They would have to double, triple their businesses from where they are now. That is not possible. There are no signs it's happening, but that would require them to do genuinely incredible things, and would also have to magic up revenue, software revenue, that doesn't exist right now. I think the total revenue of all software is like $700-800 billion a year. I think thereabouts. But when it comes to TPUs and renting out silicon, it can get there. But let's say $800 billion. They would need that. They would need to create basically an entire new industry that doesn't exist. And people will say, well, there's amazing demand for AI, whatever. But this is even beyond that. They would have to each have 100, $200 billion AI businesses that paid regularly, reliably, and they would each have to happen. So about let's call it an even 200 billion each. So about $600 billion of brand spanking new AI revenue. I I don't think they even have a tenth of that right now, other than the 50% of their revenue backlogs coming from Anthropic and OpenAI.
Are we in a position though where hyperscalers basically have to burn the money that they're burning right now in the hopes that AI pays off before they run out of fuel for that fire? Or is it kind of you don't have to be able to outrun a tiger, you just have to be able to outrun the other guy?
I think they are doing this because they know that at some point Wall Street will curdle and they will have to stop doing capex. So they're cramming it in now, but also, as I've discussed before, 18 to 24 months to build a data center minimum. So they have to do this now because if they think AI will be big in 2 years, well, they better start building those data centers as soon as humanly possible because you literally can't wait. It's not even because the power of AI is here. It's just if this is what you think your company is doing in 2 years' time, you have to build it. Like if you were building a city, you'd need apartments and houses in it. So I see the logic, other than the fact that it doesn't match up with reality on the revenue side. And the thing is, again, putting aside all my cynicism and skepticism, very practically speaking, we are talking about hundreds of billions of dollars of new money, like new cash, because this would be, we're not saying they would replace their currency. We are saying they would still make, oh Christ, I think Microsoft makes 300 billion a year. Forgive me if I don't know off the top of my head. We're saying another 200 billion on top of that. So people would still have to be paying everything they're paying for Google Workspace or everything they're paying on AWS or Azure and what have you. All of that revenue would have to keep existing and then some. So we're not just talking about these companies would have to increase revenue. We would be talking about the most dramatic increase in software and computer spending in history and a bunch of new money coming in, like brand new cash. Either organizations spending more, which would still have to come from somewhere, or new entities existing to spend more. And again, that money would have to come from somewhere. And then putting my cynic hat back on, no, just no, they're not going to do that. There's no way they could do that. This is not. I think people are really they're good at seeing like facts or statements in a vacuum. They can say, well, okay, they need to make $1.5 trillion, but that's a lot. That's such a big number. I can't even think of it. But don't worry, they'll work that out because they love growing stuff. They're always good at growing stuff. When you actually look at the practicalities of it, they would have to be growing 50% year over year every quarter for like several years for this to even start happening. And that's not really happening anywhere. And then there's the other problem, which is, especially in Amazon's case, Amazon doesn't have an AI software play. They're entirely an infrastructure company, which means that if Amazon can't build the capacity, Amazon can't grow that at that rate. And considering Anthropic is pretty much all of it, Amazon Web Services AI revenue, or at least the vast majority of it, I'm not really sure how they're going to reach these numbers. Because that's the thing, this CapEx is not really realizing revenue yet. And where it is, it's murky and they're hiding it. Generally, when a public company, especially, has good news, they will share it in the loudest, most aggressive way possible. The fact that they're all like, oh, I couldn't possibly tell you. Oh, I couldn't. Oh, I'm shy. I'm shy. I'm a 3 trillion market cap company. I'm too shy to possibly share with you what my actual numbers are. I couldn't that's a strange thing to do. And I don't know. I don't see how any of this is possible. And even if you don't hate AI, I don't think most viewers of this part of the channel at this point do. Even if you don't hate AI and think it's going to be big, how do we get there? Because where's the money come from? We're talking about new cash. We're talking about trillions of it. Even if you think, oh, businesses are going to get so much out of AI, blah 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 blah, that's the money's still got to come from somewhere. And software and infrastructure spend is not at that level. We're talking about doubling, tripling, quadrupling the amount of money spent on software and infrastructure unilaterally across the tech industry. I just don't think it's possible.
This has made me feel a lot better about my next question, which is pretty much that. If we assume that the demand is there, who, if anybody, could actually afford to pay the amount needed to make the build out make sense?
I mean, I don't think anyone can. Like, that's the thing. We're even escaping the velocity of AI now. Like, it's not just like, yeah, the answer is Anthropic or OpenAI, and they are only able to do that if they paid venture capital money. Putting all that aside, the money will have to come from somewhere. The money will have to come within the tech ecosystem. The suggestion would be really like doing some rotten economics here. If you're suggesting that a bunch of people that currently don't pay for any software or any infrastructure will stop paying for it, and you're suggesting that there is hundreds of billions of dollars worth of completely untapped software demand, people that are currently not paying for anything, or people paying for stuff who would massively ramp up their costs, and it needs to happen. It's not a case where, oh, if a quarter of it happens, that is not enough. This is not something where we can have half measures. And I don't see how it happens.
How was your wedding today?
I believe my bare thesis. I genuinely think AI is going into the toilet. But nevertheless,
First,
for me to be wrong,
you went your
so much new money is going to have to exist at a time when debt is going to be harder to find, at a time when businesses are struggling with higher costs,
in your group.
and even the mighty Anthropic everybody loves.
Again, how many groups?
Even they are in a situation where businesses are flinching. The Information's Laura Bratton's had some great stories about this, where it's like nobody knows how to actually calculate the costs of AI. No one knows how to measure the ROI.
The groups
But
that
where
run
even
and
businesses
wait for the
are
next-
blowing through their token budgets in a matter of months, their annual token budgets, I mean. Businesses do not
Speed-wise,
know
what position did you
why
come in?
they're spending that much, because Anthropic doesn't allow granularity on a per user basis of exactly what they're using. And indeed, Anthropic doesn't even provide a service level agreement, which is a standard agreement in basically every software company. Everything's setting up for failure, but everyone wants to read it as positive. And actually, here's a great story for you about like how rickety this is. Salesforce, Mark Benioff, the carnival barker of all carnival barkers, said the other day that they're planning to spend $300 million on Anthropic tokens this year, but he intends to not do so in the future. He's very specifically said we don't need to do this in the future. That doesn't sound like a setup for a hugely successful industry. It sounds like an industry still finding its purpose.
Oh, no one was pushing you.
It's whatever. And so we are too far in to be so vague about how this works out. And I truly don't know.
Going a little deeper down the rabbit hole, maybe, could we start seeing NVIDIA rapidly increasing its investment in AI companies just to fuel the spend on AI to that? Maybe I'm going a little mad there myself trying to explain it, but that's circular financing just to keep the build out going and keep their profits somehow going up, even though they're feeding themselves.
That's the opposite of crazy. That's actually happening. In their 10Q for this quarter, I think that their cash position, their actual cash, only increased despite selling $81 billion of GPUs. Yeah, where are they, Jensen? Their cash only increased $600 million. And that's because I think it was tens of billions of dollars that they're funneling directly into investments. They have, I think, $26 billion at the very least of investments, that just straight investments this fiscal year. I forget when their fiscal year ends, but they have 26 billion through that. And they upped their cloud compute commitments. They're going to spend $30 billion in the next 5 or 6 years renting back their GPUs. Again, where is the actual demand of NVIDIA? How can NVIDIA do that? I mean, I know how they can do it, sign a piece of paper and send someone money, but if that's the case, if NVIDIA can buy that capacity, that suggests there isn't a ton of demand. Now, the boosters will say, oh, we'll resell it, oh, this, oh, that, they'll hand it off to people, what have you. But again, why is NVIDIA having to plug the gaps in this supposedly demand saturate? we've got so much demand in this industry, other than the fact that Nvidia is here to backstop it. It's very strange.
I've heard some analysis that predicts 2026 is the year businesses adopt AI at scale. But given what we've been seeing and talking about with companies like Uber and Zillow burning through tokens, like you say, months worth in, well, years worth in months, do you think that 2026 might actually be the year we start seeing AI budgets tightened instead of expanded?
I think there's a good chance of that because right now we're in the opulence phase. We're seeing, I have heard from so many Anthropic customers, been speaking to them all week, saying that Anthropic is currently just mob-bossing everyone. They know that we're in the hype cycle, so they're just going in and saying, these are our terms, if you don't like them, screw you. But the two different people who pay Anthropic. Anthropic is charging its enterprise customers more for tokens than the publicly available API rates.
We didn't get
Dodgy there.
into a high
But here's
school
the thing.
sports day. The parents
Laura
get to
Brown
go
from the
or no?
Information had this great story about the
parents
costs
go?
and how people are
Doesn't
blowing
it?
through their token budgets.
Just
The one thing that
no
people were
parents?
saying was it's really tough to work out what this costs. It's tough to budget for it. It's
Very
hard to
few.
measure. That is a very bad sign. So I think we're going to see an acceleration within the revenue of Anthropic and OpenAI on the API side, but especially Anthropic because everyone's goo-goo for them.
You
And
wanna
I
get
think
your,
then we're going
get
to see
the,
it hit some
the,
sort of wall
books
because
for, your
think of it like
tests
this.
from Tommy,
You're a
okay?
business, you're spending
He
millions of
doesn't need
dollars
the
on these
books we
tokens,
bought,
but you
so
can't
you can
really
start
say why.
studying for your scooter.
At some point,
No, go get your
you're
scooter.
just spending a
pass
lot
the
more money
exam
for no
your
reason.
scooter,
And I
and then you
think
can drive the
businesses are
scooter.
going to come to that
You know
conclusion.
that?
But within these
Then
many
we'll get a
stories
license
about
plate for
token
the bike,
burn within
and then
organizations,
you can drive
there
the
are
bike.
always quotes of, yeah, we're still working this out. Yeah, we don't like these costs. Whenever you see a CFO quoted, they're saying, yeah, we got to pull something back or it like this can't last. That is again not a stable industry. When in the advent of cloud computing, one's actual cloud storage, on the very simple level of cloud compute, was a fairly stable and obvious spend. It was, we have website, we have procurement platform attached to it, we have this cloud software we pay for, and we know why we're paying for it. We can measure some ROI, but we can say, okay, we use this ERP system to control where things go financially in the organization. We use Dropbox to share stuff. We use Frame to share stuff. We use Figma for design. With Anthropic, it's like, okay, we use this for coding, I guess. And how much does it cost? Well, we don't know yet. Like that, we actually don't know. That is not something that has long-term viability. It is not something we are within the irrational exuberance phase. So we are seeing people mass good. And the Zillow numbers I reported, which are in my newsletter, those everyone I've talked to there, they're saying like, yeah, I don't know why I'm doing this, man. They're telling me to I got to use agents to build stuff, I guess. And across the board, when I talk to people in organizations that are having AI forced upon them, what they do is they said, you've got to use more AI, okay? You've got to use it. If you don't use AI, you're going to fall behind, and we expect you to use AI. So what they do is they create weird little automations. They create like, I don't know, a thing that you can feed a certain kind of document into it and it strips out the metadata. Very straightforward, comp-size stuff that you could probably do with Python, but now you've used the very expensive machine to do it because your boss will say, if you don't use enough AI, I'll kill you or something. This is, I'm still, even as a skeptic and cynic, I look companies claiming a mess, but I think they're flooding the zone with them because, yeah, I would do the same thing if I was running Anthropic and I wanted to grow my marketing effort. I would just release something new all the time because right now the media will blindly write up anything Anthropic sends them. They will say, wow, this is going to replace X industry goes here. That's stocks within that industry will drop. Anthropic, it's great for them. It's good for society. No. Is it attached to reality? God, no. But does it make a good headline? Also, no. But does it make Anthropic happy? Yes.
Kind of touches on something that a few discussions with Natasha Bernal and in a few other episodes where, and it's echoed in the comments as well, that the goal of work has shifted from making money for your business or making money for your boss or whoever to using AI to make it seem like what they spent all of this money on is somehow worthwhile and wasn't actually just another software fad that's gone into the workplace and just annoyed everybody.
So this is a theory I have called the business idiot, which is we are run, our economy is dominated by and kind of caters to business idiots. Manager, think to your bosses, not your boss specifically, of course, but bosses and executives in general. How much work do you think a CEO does? Not very much, is the truth. Work with a lot of them. Some work very hard, but they're not really doing the day-to-day effort. Managers in general are no longer expected to do work. They are just people that sit around and tell you to do things. So these people, these do nothings, when they use an LLM, wow, changes their life because LLMs are very good at creating work adjacent stuff. Work shaped stuff, I think is the term. I forget who used it, it's a good term. So they make this work shaped stuff. And to quote Mobitar, incredible new tech columnist who's upcoming, they're really good at demos. They're really good at making a kind of hasty prototype that sort of works. Or
Were we talking about the Gordo water?
Yeah, we were. Gordo's got some of the cleanest mineral rich.
So what I was no, it was the mining town. I don't know if we were. You're just made up shit. You just made up a bunch of stuff. We're talking about the mining town. Fucking A, dude. All right, this is what we're talking about. This is what we were talking about. Rust. So I was thinking this. Maybe you could have some rigged tarps. Imagine if you ran cables that went up the mountain, and when it rained, you could put up the tarps.
That's actually a clever idea. Run cables up the slopes, rig up big, durable tarps like giant adjustable umbrellas that you can deploy during storms or snowmelt season, funnel the water down to your channels or tanks, then roll them back up when it's dry. People already do temporary tarp catchment systems for rainwater harvesting off grid. Heavy duty billboard tarps or reinforced pond liners work well for this. You stretch them tight with guy lines or cables, slope them to a low point, and pipe the water into storage. It's low cost and scalable. The two big challenges here would be wind and snow load. At 8,500 feet on that exposed ridge, the wind rips hard, and if you get one of those multi-foot snow dumps, the tarps could collapse or tear under the weight. You'd need really strong rigging, steel cables, solid anchors drilled into the rock, and probably a way to tension or retract them quickly. It's way more flexible than permanent concrete canvas, though. You could experiment with different sizing and placements without committing to massive earthwork. Worth prototyping on a small scale first.
I wonder if you could actually put the tarps on like some massive coils, so when the wind picks up, they would generate energy. Is there such a invention?
No, nothing exactly like that exists. A massive tarp on coils that automatically unrolls to catch water and spins a generator when the wind picks up to make electricity isn't a real invention yet. Closest things out there. There are smart energy generating fabrics that make small amounts of power from wind moving the cloth, like flags or curtains using triboelectric nanogenerators or special coatings. A curtain sized piece can charge a phone, but it's tiny output. There are foldable or retractable fabric wind turbines.
I'm thinking of if you had it on springs, and basically the wind catching under it would cause the springs to compress, and the action and then release, back and forth.
It's a creative idea, but no, that exact invention doesn't exist. You're describing a big tarp on springs that flaps or oscillates in the compressing the springs back and forth to generate power. The closest real tech is triboelectric nanogenerators, TENGs, thin films or flags that flutter in the wind and create electricity through contact and separation of materials. Some use flexible membranes that move back and forth, kind of like what you're imagining, but they're tiny and produce very low power.
Can
Good for
you do the physics on, the design that I'm thinking of? One, I mean, couple things. You'd have to have like really strong tarp so it doesn't rip. God damn it.
Yeah, I can rough out the physics on your idea. You're thinking of a strong tarp rigged on springs or cables up the mountain. When wind hits it from underneath, the tarp flaps or lifts, compressing the springs repeatedly. That back and forth motion could theoretically drive a generator, kind of like a giant oscillating wind energy harvester. The tarp strength part is doable.
Holy.
Heavy duty reinforced polyethylene or PVC tarps, like the ones used for truck covers or billboards, can handle high winds if properly anchored with steel cables and grommets. The mountain gets strong gusts, so you'd need serious UV resistant, tear proof material rated for at least 50 to 70 miles per hour winds. The spring oscillation part is trickier. Converting that flapping, compressing motion into usable electricity through springs is inefficient. You lose a ton of energy to friction, heat, and mechanical wear. Real world designs usually skip the springs and use either flexible fabrics with triboelectric materials that generate power just from flapping, or rigid oscillating structures like vortex bladeless. Your concept is creative, but the power output from something like this would be pretty small compared to even a basic solar panel or small wind turbine. The water catching function when deployed would probably be the bigger win. Want me to break down the water collection side more or tweak the design further?
Yeah, I mean, I envision basically these tarps that go up the mountain, and maybe they're fastened in on one side, so like like a steel tube, and they're actually between the tube, and it's holding the tube. It's like as a runner, and it runs up the tube, or maybe there is a ring around the tube. I think having it inside the tube would be stronger.
Yeah, I see the design you're picturing. You're thinking of a steel tube running up the slope as a track or rail. The tarp would be attached along one edge, rolled up on a coil or spool at the bottom, and then unroll along that tube using rings or a sleeve that slides on the tube. So it deploys like a big angled awning or sail up the mountain when you need it for water collection. That's mechanically feasible with the right heavy duty tarp material. Think reinforced vinyl or HDPE like billboard tarps, which are tough.
Research. What's the largest tarp that you can buy? Like, and what cost are we looking at?
The largest off the shelf heavy duty tarp you can buy right now is 170 by 170 feet. That's about 28,900 square feet, almost 2/3 of an acre. It's a 12 mil thick polyethylene tarp, reinforced with a 14 by 14 weave, UV treated and built tough. The sale price is right around $6,300 to $6,400 for the tan or white version. Clear ones are a bit more. You can go bigger than that if you want. Companies like Tarps Now will make fully custom tarps in any size you need, or you can see multiple ones together. For your mountain idea, billboard vinyl or pond liner material is often used because it's super durable and cheaper per square foot when bought used or in bulk. That 170 by 170 is a beast though. One of those would be a serious start for testing your concept.
Is that meters? 170 meters by 170 meters?
No, it's feet, not meters. 170 feet by 170 feet. That's about 52 meters on each side. It covers roughly 28,900 square feet, or about 2,685 square meters. Pretty
I
massive.
wonder if we could go to one of these tarp makers as a sponsor and get them to provide the tarp as a promotion for their company.
Yeah, that's a smart angle. If Brent pitched it as a big engineering experiment and content series, we're turning the entire mountainside into a water harvesting system using their tarps. Some tarp companies would definitely be interested. Companies like Tarps Now, Rhino Tarps, or industrial suppliers are always looking for big, visible projects to showcase how tough their materials are. A 170 by 170 tarp already costs.
And then also there's the heavy machinery guy that helped do a bunch of the work. What's his name? Search for that guy's name.
That's Heavy D. Dave Sparks from Heavy D Sparks. He's the heavy machinery guy who's helped Brent the most. He and his crew have hauled massive stuff up that road, like the big 40,000-gallon water tank, using excavators, loaders, and military trucks. They've done multiple.
All right, here we go. We're home. Let's go check on the.
So he's exactly the kind of guy who could help figure out rigging tarps or building channels up the mountain. Call bringing him up.
All right. Let's go check on the duckies. Let's check on these. I don't know how many duckies we got. You got to talk to the ducky. If you want it to imprint on you, Mikey, you got to talk to it. Talk to it nice and calm. I'm Dada Mikey. We got ducks. Hello. We're gonna walk it around. Has he? Hey, hey.